Recording in progress. Good morning to all the members that is online this morning. It's 9 o'clock. I would like to start with this meeting on time. Welcome to everybody that's online. Thank you for those that has made it for today's meeting. And also welcome to those that will make their presentation. And can I then ask that we have a moment of silence for meditation or prayer? Thank you. Apologies. Nosimo, any apologies?
Good morning,
I know we've
Chairperson.
the letter
Yes.
from ministers.
Yes, Chairperson, Ms. Muhlala, Ms. Webster, and Ms. Kobe have submitted apologies for this meeting.
Right, and then we had an apology for the minister and the deputy minister
And the DG.
that he will not attend this meeting. I see Honourable Deputy Minister David Mahlobo is on, so he will then lead the delegation. And can I then hand over to the minister so that we could start with the presentation? Minister, as we do it, that Inkomati will have half an hour to make their presentation, the commission as well, the Breede-Gouritz as well, so that as quick as possible they can go through their presentations. It should not be a verbatim presentation. We received these documents beforehand so that we have ample time for members of parliament to ask questions on this. These members, they have not been before this committee previously. So how it will work, you will have half an hour to do your presentation. We will deal with each and every one separately. I don't want us to go through all three of them at one time. Let's do the Water Research Commission first. We can then ask the questions, and then we will take the two water boards agencies, the catchment agencies together, and then we will ask questions on that. For those who have been here the first time, you will have a member will ask you the question. You will answer that question immediately, and then we will go to the next member, and that's how we will deal with questions. Minister, thank you. Over to you.
No, thank you very much, Your Excellency, our chairperson, Mr. Leon Basson. Please convey my sincere thanks to the team yesterday down there in Artis. I saw our brothers and friends there yesterday. And a very good morning to all the members of our portfolio committee that are here. And on behalf of Minister Majodina and the two deputy ministers, we are very pleased to indicate to you, Chair, that we are bringing the three entities, as we have indicated. The three entities are led by their chairpersons, and other board members, they are supporting them, but also at the same time, they have their CEOs. In certain instances, there is the acting CEO that we'll refer to. The Water Research Commission is led by the chairperson. She's here, Dr. Ritabile Mlama. And then the CEO, Jennifer Mulatwana, she's a doctor, and they're supported by their CFO. The Breede-Gouritz chair, you'll remember that now we've expanded the Catchment Management Agency there now. But in the main, you're correct, it's a Breede-Gouritz in terms of what do we call it, the annual report. But the chairperson remains Mr. Mnisi, is supported by the deputy chair, Mr. Abrams. And then the acting CEO, Mr. Van Stuyden, is also here. And then for Inkomati-Usuthu CMA chairperson, they are led by Ms. Zulu. she's a chair of the board. And then the deputy chair, Advocate Koza, is also here. There is an acting CEO chair in that institution, because you will recall that the CEO left and joined the Department of Justice. Dr. Nicole Mhlanga-Ndlovu, she's going to be leading that. We are very pleased, Chairperson, that this institution of democratizing and decentralizing a water management institution, they've been doing very well. But there are challenges. Remember, some of the functions, Chair, they remain with the department as proto-CMAs, and the minister has signed a number of these CMAs into operations. As going forward, the last time we appeared in front of you, we indicated that we'll start to have their own annual plans. They'll come to you. Then ultimately we'll have their own, what do we call it, their own annual reports. All the three institutions that are in front of you, Chairperson, they're well run by very good men and women, and of stature and various expertise. They've all achieved the unqualified audit opinion, which is a very good indicator, Chairperson. But at the very same time, the other one, Breede-Gouritz, in terms of performance target, we're very pleased that they've achieved 100%. The Water Research Commission remain at the cutting edge as our institution of knowledge management, innovation, in our country and beyond our shores. They are well respected, led by that particular team, and they are mostly dependent on the department and all of them in terms of resources. But there are some issues about resourcing because government had to reduce certain expenditures. Some of them might be struggling there and there in terms of liquidity. We should be in a position, Chairperson, to support them. There is a discussion inside the department how to make them viable, because in the main, they're also dependent on water use charges. But at the same time, the department must come in from there and there. And we have also given them more delegation. Remember, delegations were given from on an ongoing basis, depending on the capacity. At this stage, Chairperson, without taking most of the time, we had a briefing with them. We've told them to focus because the issues of the submissions they were sent to the members, we have said, in each case will allow the chairperson not more than 5 minutes so that they can introduce overall what is their issues of performance. And then the CEOs will come in managing their time, which is the financial and the non-financial component. But as we have said, no institution is allowed more than 25 to 30 minutes under your guidance. We can start with the first one under your guidance. That's because I've given overall. As I've said, they are led by Dr. Tabile Mulamu, supported by the CE, Dr. Jennifer. They are here under your guidance, Chair. And on behalf of the ministry, I'm leading the team here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I'm supported by the team from the department. They are all here, my senior managers. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. And may I then ask that the presenter just put on their cameras so the members can start to learn the new faces. Thank you very much. You may continue now with your presentation.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity. The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, let me acknowledge the Honorable DM and all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation. As the DM has already mentioned, my name is Dr. Tabile Mulamu. I'm the chairperson of the Water Research Commission. Chairperson, I'm joined on the call here by the CEO of the Water Research Commission, Dr. Jennifer Mulwandwa, as well as the acting CFO of the Commission. Chair, we will go into details about our mandate, why we were established. Just for the members who have not been part of the Portfolio Committee, let me indicate that we were established 53 years ago. Were established by the Water Research Act of 1971. And over the years, we have really done well as a commission. We are well respected globally. Our researchers are some of the best in the world. And you'll probably see through the presentation some of the work that we have done as the commission. Chair, we are going to present the financial and non-financial performance. You'd see that as an organization, we are in a very good position. I think the DM did indicate resourcing issues that we do hope will be supported by the portfolio committee. However, we are able and to pay our debtors at this point. We'll see that we have a healthy ratio. We are a going concern as an organization. We have done incredible work in both the water security and sanitation spaces. And I'm going to then hand over, if you allow me, Chairperson, to the CEO to take the portfolio committee through both the non-financial and financial performance of the commission in the past financial year. Dr. Jen, I'm going to hand over to you. Then I think at an appropriate time, you will hand over to the acting CFO. Over to you, Doc.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chairperson Dr. Mlamu, and board members and attendants. Morning to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Minister, all protocol observed. Our presentation really touches on our strategic intent, our legislative imperatives, mandated objectives, our organizational structure, as well as our non-financial and financial performance. Next slide, please. In terms of this, really, the WRC strives to have highly informed water decision-making through science and technology at all levels, influencing all stakeholder groups on innovative water and sanitation solutions through research, development, and innovation for South Africa and the world. We have our mission, which is also then supported by our values, which we live within the organization. Next slide, please. In terms of our legislative and policy mandate, we touch on all of the legislations that really empower us, in particular the Water Research Act, which is the 1971 Act, but also we bring to the attention of the Portfolio Committee that we are in the process of updating the Water Research Act, really to bring it into the new dispensation. And in that matter, in that case, there is the Water Research Amendment Bill, which we have been consulting on, and it shall in due course be tabled. Next slide, please. In terms of our mandated objectives, we're really here to promote, coordinate, and support water research development and implement water research development and innovation by establishing water research needs and priorities. Then we stimulate funding for these, as well as to fund them according to priority, and then promote effective transfer of knowledge technologies, as well as to enhance capacity building within the sector and broader. Next slide, please. In terms of implementing our mandate, we have therefore been able to structure the Water Research Commission into 5 key branches, namely the research, development and innovation, stakeholder and impact, finance, corporate services, as well as administration and governance. Next slide, please. And in terms of our corporate services, we are striving to have an efficient and engaged organization where we're supporting our teams with capacity building, with training and development to ensure that they are fit for purpose to implement the mandate of the Water Research Commission. In terms of performance, next slide, please. In terms of our employee development, we had developed a strategy that was adopted in 2023 financial year, and as a result, we had set ourselves a smaller target because taking into consideration we are starting the new strategy now of the 7th administration. So we have exceeded the target in terms of implementation of development plans that were identified, as well as enterprise architecture assessments and roadmaps, ICT government assessments and roadmaps, as well as the empowerment position, the triple BEE empowerment position as assessed. Next slide, please. In terms of finance, we are striving for a financially sustainable organization which is responsible for executing the competencies that provide support to the Water Research Commission. And maybe in this regard also, we are happy to announce that we have, as the WRC, been able to, in the last year, spend 41% on Black-owned businesses, as well as 27% on women. Of that 41%, 27% on women-owned businesses. Next slide, please. In terms of the targets that were set, we have set ourselves an HR cost to company, and looking at that ratio at a target of 39%. We achieved 24% with a variance of 15%. And that is as a result of increased total income as a result of monies that are being paid to the WRC at the end of the financial year, then making the total income more than what we had set for ourselves in terms of the budgets. We were also able to achieve the target of 47.6% on the RDI cost, and for the same reasons that when you're measuring your total income and you have got more money coming in, obviously your target then goes lower. However, in terms of performance and effectiveness, we have achieved the desired outcome. In terms of our current ratio and measuring our liquidity of the target of 2.1, 2:1, we have achieved a 3.2:1, which indicates that the WRC will be able to pay all of its obligations. Next slide, please. On the knowledge and impact, we intend to have an empowered and influenced stakeholder, as well as an innovation-driven water sector, by sourcing the needs of the stakeholders through our consultation processes and ensuring that the research, development, and innovation are responsive to the stakeholder needs, but also responsive to the challenges that South Africa is facing. Next slide, please. In this regard, we were able to achieve the target of having a data observatory, also having demonstrated 31% of innovations on the WRC, as well as being able to transfer 23% of produced innovations, and we had a 74% satisfaction index in terms of stakeholder satisfaction. We were able to also have 3 water science publications disseminated to the public. Next slide, please. We were able to support 262 students as per over the target of 200, only basing this on the research supported by the research project. But over and above that, there's a lot of support that is happening to the students in the country broadly. We were able to also have co-hosted training programs, 3 in the year under review, number of special publications, 5 in the year under review, as well as new partnership agreements that are associated with leverage funding with our partners, 4 in the year under review. Next slide, please. On research development and innovation, our key outcome is to ensure that all the research that we do is contributing to adaptation and resilience to climate change within the different spheres of the water and sanitation spectrum. Next slide, please. In this regard, we had set ourselves a target of 50 and 30% of products identified for resilience and adaptation, respectively. And in this case, we have exceeded targets in both cases, where in resilience products we had 53%, and in terms of adaptation we had 47%. Next slide, please. Then I will hand over to Ms. Nicolene Fifia for the acting CFO to take us through the financial statements.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, as well as the rest of the committee members. The statement of financial position that's reflected on the slide This is just clearly indicating that there has been an increase from 299 million to 401 million in our total net assets. As previously alluded to, the WRC has a strong financial position. We are able to meet our obligations as they fall due. This is evident with the current ratio that was reported in the previous slides, where we are at 3.2 compared to 1 ratio of current assets to current liabilities. So we are financially sound and definitely no concern as to whether we are able to meet our obligations. Next slide, please. The statement of financial performance during the year under review, we have recognized a surplus for the year of 101 million. The previous year was 77 million. We want to highlight, irrespective of the fact that we have received this surplus, we actually were able to meet our objectives and our outcomes in terms of our research portfolio and our innovations. And we have also, in terms of the legislation, have submitted a request at the end of September to National Treasury to retain the surpluses for the outer years. The last element that I just want to highlight is for the last 10 years, the WRC has received an unqualified audit opinion, and we will continue to strive to do that going forward. Thank you.
Chairperson, that's the WRC's presentation. I'm going to hand over to you, Chair, for any questions that you may have for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is short and sweet. Honourable members, it's now time for us to ask questions. I see Honourable Ramaila, you are first. Would you like to start the questioning?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Deputy Minister and officials from the agencies, my colleagues and everybody on this platform. Chair, first thing is I would like to appreciate, especially on the financial side, the fact that the agency is solvent, is able to meet its financial obligations at a time, as we could see that their cash and cash equivalents are really in a good sign, and also that they've improved their collection rate, which is much appreciated. Also that they've recorded surplus in their balance sheet, met targets and even exceeded some of the targets. That's quite appreciated. I'm sure other agencies could also learn from this. A general question, Chair, is that which applies to all of them in terms of HR. What are the norms and standards, and are they compliant in as far as norms and standards are concerned? The ratio, percentage of the total budget in terms of the number of employees, that is the norms of standard, are they adhered to?
Is that the only question you have?
And the other one is general, is that whether is there an established accounting standard of procedure for all of.
Honourable Member.
Otherwise, we are very happy.
Okay. Thank you for that question. Could we go over to the Research Commission to answer those questions? Or that question?
Yes, Chairperson. Oh, you may go ahead, CEO. I just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate the comments from Honourable Ramaila. We will strive to continue with the current work and even do more. I think that was the first comment. The second comment or question is around HR norms and standards and the ratio of HR fees or expenditure relative to overall expenditure. I think we noted that we are at about 24%, but CEO can elaborate on those two one comment and the one question, Chairperson. Over to you, CEO, through you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think, Honourable Member, yes, we do strive to achieve the norms and standards, in particular trying to keep or cap our HR towards 40% of the total spend. However, due to the number of vacancies and due to also the number of the amount of money that was received towards the end, it makes it look like we are actually less than what we intended to achieve in terms of that 39%. But yes, we do strive for the norms and standards with the HR for about 40 to 60 in terms of operations. CFO, accounting standards?
The accounting standards that we follow at the Water Resources Commission is the General Recognized Accounting Practices, so GRAP, in terms of the PFMA. We did lose the question a little bit when it was raised, so if I didn't adequately address that, please advise.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ramayela, are you happy with the response?
I'm happy, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ditebe, your questions?
Chair, thank you very much. I thought I would have settled in the office by the time my turn comes, but anyway, I'm working there. Let me stand
Honourable
here.
Member, would you like to ask your questions just a little bit later then?
Is there, okay, yeah, be just 2 minutes before I go to the office. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, not a problem. Honourable Khumalo?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add also on what is being presented here. One is so impressed with the performance that has been presented, and also the fact that the targets have been exceeded. I just want to find out something here. I'm not sure whether it's still in that one or because yesterday I did some notes. So I saw that 26% on women, which is the actual achievement. So I just want to find out as to, do you have like what strategies are in place? Why maybe if the presenter can perhaps explain, why do we have 26% instead of having more than the 26% that is recorded here? And also, if the problem is because it was not communicated properly, what are the strategies in place to include more women? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we get answers on that?
Yes, Chair, I'm going to hand over to the CEO to provide the answer. I think it was in regard to procurement from women-owned companies, if memory serves me well. But Dr. Jen, please come in through you, Chair.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think, Chair, we really are striving to achieve for the designated groups, the 30% and higher. But I think we just need to acknowledge that some of the research work that we're procuring, in some cases, it's still companies that are in the male, although some of them even transformed to be SMMEs, are still male-owned. And the strategies that we then pursue is to ensure that in future with some of the procurements, we will require of the competent and appointed companies to join ventures with women-owned companies in order for us to be able to achieve the targets. But also in terms of our WRC 101 and procurement stakeholder processes that we do publicly online, we try to ensure that we are taking this message forward. But I think also, Chair, in the main, it's around the business of the WRC. It's not really one of those entities that was out there in the public and there was a lot of interest or knowledge about it. It's more around its scientific, it's really highly restricted. So we're trying to also demystify that. And I think members would have seen our ongoing communications and making the WRC brand out there in the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nxumalo, are you happy with the response? Or do you want to do a follow-up on that?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy with the response, but you see, what platforms are you using to disseminate the information to the public? Because I, for one, I haven't come across that message, that ongoing communication you're talking about. So I just want to find out which media platforms are you using to communicate that message? Thank you.
Thank you. Could you clarify that for the honourable member?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chairperson, we do have our social media platforms. We now advertise more in the mainstream papers, whereas previously, even when we communicated or sought jobs or doing recruitment, we would go on the, your LinkedIn and all of those because of the nature of the people we're looking for. But also, Chair, I think in the main is to say when we are procuring, we're going on the e-tendering system where everybody has got access to that information publicly. So that is what we are doing. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for clarifying that. Can I then go to Honourable Moore? Your questions?
Thank you, Chairperson. Apologies for the camera view. I'm using a different device because of problems with my internet. I appreciate the presentation, but I actually wanted to ask for more specifics, if possible, because all of the metrics in the presentation are new indicators. So it makes it very hard to judge the actual performance of the entity. And we talk about produced innovations transferred, innovations demonstrated. Could you, maybe even the department could help, or the deputy minister could help. I'm struggling to see how I can take this information that we've been presented and understand the impact that the Water Research Commission has had. There's no specific projects that are mentioned. There's no specific successes that are mentioned. Indicators are great, but because of the nature of this, I want to say to the commission, I always appreciate a department that is staying in budget, that is beating their targets. It's exceptional. Please understand, it's a new view on the commission, trying to understand better what I should be looking for ways that you guys are impacting South Africa, that I can take away and tell other people what you're doing, because it's a bit vague in this report. Thank you.
Could the Commission elaborate on their report for the honourable member, Doctor?
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. CEO, you can come in, but I just wanted to appreciate honourable members' more input around wanting the specifics, and then perhaps CEO, we can help empower the portfolio committee in the future with an addendum or an extra that outlines some of these innovations that we have deployed already in the market. But please come through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair, and thank you, member, for the question. So I think clarity around why the indicators are new and some of the targets are new. So in 2019-20, when the public service moved to the outcome-based strategies, the 5-year strategies, the WRC had continued in the trajectory of doing the 1-year corporate plans. So hence you have seen that, and in my introduction, I outlined that the strategy was approved in 2023, and hence it served a very short period and we are now starting. Then we are ongoing on the next 5 years of the strategy. However, that being said, there's a lot of impact, I think, that the WRC is doing. When we're talking about demonstrated innovations, for example, the WRC has got a number of technologies that it has developed. In particular, we're looking in the sanitation space around what we call water efficient technologies. And these are technologies that would be employed in areas where there is limitations of water, where also ideally there has been pit latrines which impact negatively on groundwater. So those are the kind of technologies that we're talking about. We're talking about decentralized sanitation systems where you could look at more areas such as informal settlements where we have demonstrated a technology that literally recycles the water that it uses. So there's not much input in terms of water that you put into the system. So it's running itself. We have got one pilot that's also running in a school in Kagiso, and we hoping that one day we'll have the honor of hosting the portfolio committee. But those are some of the technologies that we're talking about. Right now, we have got what we call counteractants, which are organic amalgam counteractants, and these reduce sludge and remove foul smell in pit latrines. We are also looking at the Aquinoki technology that was demonstrated, which is showcasing the decentralized wastewater and greywater treatment technology. We have a smart valve technology, which is also an early warning system, and that is used for reducing non-revenue water by regulating flow of water in pipes, as well as providing warning where there are leaks or irregular flows. So these technologies that we're talking about, there's a suite of them. We are talking about also our aquaponics, wherein you are able to have an improved yield of productivity and using less water as well. So these technologies, as we support, we have got a vehicle that we call the wader. We make a call onto the public to say the WRC is opening calls for new innovations. We supporting young women, people with disability. We're really supporting a suite of technologies, of people that would like to participate. And as the evaluation goes in terms of these technologies, then we scale them up, we demonstrate them, and then only when we have tested the efficacy of that, we are able to do that. I think one of the key important ones that we did in the last year was really around, in KZN, we had in an informal settlement worked together with the university where we tested user acceptability and suitability of these technologies in an informal settlement. And the most impressive part was people were even willing to pay for the sanitation service because for them it provided them with dignity as well as hygiene and safety, where you had this new technology toilet in your own home. So what we can do, I think, maybe Chairperson, we can provide the portfolio committee with a report by the end of October through the office of the board chairperson and ministry, just on the innovations that the WRC have, so that the committee can be able to be abreast in terms of the impact that these technologies hold. But member, I think also one matter that needs to be highlighted is around acceptability, it's around procurement and commercialization, and South Africa Inc. being able to place the order on these technologies, because we are finding a lot more of our commercial partners being more accepted outside South Africa. The technology is being looked at outside South Africa, whereas here at home, we still have got a low demand for them, even a low acceptance in terms of procurement, but also our procurement policies are not necessarily supportive of innovative products. So I think, Chair, I will leave it at that if that is satisfactory.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that you would send us a brag document of all the successes you've had, and let's get that in the next 14 days. and then the members can go through that. And if it's necessary, we'll invite you to the committee again. And yes, we will like to come and do oversight. Honourable Moore, is there, are you happy with the question and that they will forward us the document, or is there a follow-up question on the explanation that you would like to deal with?
If I can, Chair, just to say thank you for the explanation. It's great. I was actually aware of a number of the projects, and I think that last point that was made, I think, is the key issue. It's great that we're coming up with technologies, but I think there's an interface. The intention of the Water Resource Commission is to create a pipeline of innovation for the country. But if the country, if there's a gap that we aren't then utilizing it at municipalities, if we aren't then using it to solve the problems can try and look into. So I can't wait to read the Bragg document. I love reading about the South African innovation. But Chair, maybe separately we can chat about how best, or maybe via the department, how best we could have the discussion around what is the pipeline from the WRC creating the innovation to municipalities actually making use of, or departments or provinces or whoever needs to use the technology. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I now go to Honourable Ditebe?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and greetings to the DM and the delegations from the entities. I'd like to just put a few questions to the WRC, and perhaps before I do so, acknowledge the great exploits, strides that they're making in the area of technology and innovation, in particular with regards to sanitation. We would like to see more of that as far as the water sector as a whole is concerned, because we all know that much as we would like to have, or maybe assume that the water that we drink is safe for us as humans, animals, etc., that at times just becomes a mere assumption. Therefore, the work of the WRC, working together with all the other stakeholders, is to indeed ensure that it is not assumed to be safe, but that it is indeed safe. And that leads me, Chairperson, to the Blue Drop reports by the department. We all know that it is not a problem that is peculiar to South Africa, but indeed the entire globe, in Europe, in North America, and elsewhere, is grappling with the incidence of the PFASs, those being the perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances. These are substances which for years stay in our bloodstreams if the water that we consume is contaminated by that. There's work, obviously, that is being done at various institutions across the world, universities. I've heard that the Commission is working on a collaborative effort with higher education institutions so that there are synergies and collaborations, and that no one institution works in a silo. So with regards to the Blue Drop status that the department, Blue Drop reports the department churns out, I'd like to know whether there is any deliberate, conscious program on the part of the WRC to support the department to ensure that the PFASs and whatever other pathogens, contaminants that are likely to contaminate the potable water that is available to citizens, that this water is indeed purged or rid of all such unwanted substances, and whether they receive any funding. I've heard in the past of the support they receive, and in the previous presentation, I asked whether this was corporate social investment, corporate social responsibility, or just IP driven by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And there was a response that this is PSI, so I'm happy about that. But in respect of the PFASs, and to the extent that there's work that's going on around the world, and indeed the DWRC would be very much involved itself in that. Is there any work that is being done in particular to support the blue drop reports of the department? Because these are driven, as we know, by the national standard, SANS 241, and WHO guidelines. So that's what I'd like to know, Chairperson. And as well as in part of that question, supporting the department in protecting the groundwater, from contamination. Just to conclude on that, Chairperson, if you look, for example, at a place like Brakpan, where the nefarious activities of the so-called Zamazamas have wreaked havoc in that part of our country. I'm told in Brakpan alone, they've created a community of their own numbering about 6,500. And one would imagine that in those activities of theirs, illegal, treated water that's available to the communities, reticulated water would inevitably be at the risk of being exposed to all manner of heavy metals from their illegal activities. Perhaps also working with the HSRC. Is the WRC perhaps following up on those kinds of threats? Because you can imagine, Chair, as I conclude, that in as much as we are worried about what it will cost, what it will cost for the NHI to be rolled out, if we are not rearing future generations that will be healthy, because our water sources are contaminated as a result of us dropping our guard, you can imagine what that will do to us, including the environment, by the way, to the extent that we live harmoniously with it. So thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Water Research Commission.
Thank you very much, Chair and Honorable Jitebe, for those questions. I think maybe just an overarching comment, Chair, is that we take our role as a resource to the department very seriously. I think the DM is well aware of the work that we do to support the department. The areas that Honorable Jitebe highlighted or is probing into around blue drop and the work around contamination of groundwater are some of the research initiatives that we have already embarked on and are continuously doing work on in support of the department. But I'd like the team from the WRC, the CE, and the team to perhaps unpack or provide some responses to those questions by Honorable Jitebe. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and members for the questions and comments. So in terms of the work that we do with the Department of Water and Sanitation, really we are a research entity for the department in the main and broadly for the water sector. So there's a lot of work that we are doing together with the department in terms of some of the earlier work that happened with the blue drop, design of the methodologies, some of the, now we're working on some of the systems that are involved in that area we do work on. In particular, in relation to the blue drop, one of the technologies that we are piloting is a technology that is called Proto-App, that is enables water treatment or wastewater treatment works, monitoring to happen on an online basis, particularly where we don't have enough skilled people, or in some municipalities we don't even have just enough number of process controllers. We have partnered with WISA. We do fund a lot of the training around process controllers, which culminate in ensuring that then the blue drop and the green drop scores have improved. In the year under review, we had a roadshow in the Northern Cape where we even established the arid water center at the Solplaki University, where in training and development of particularly municipal workers around the process controllers, water treatment, wastewater treatment, community of practice, that is where that training is going to be taking place. So there's a lot of work that is going on in that space. In terms of the PFAS, or what we call contaminants of emerging concerns, as well as other people, they are more popularly called forever chemicals. We certainly acknowledge that there's a lot of work that is happening within this space, both in South Africa and the Water Research Commission. We have funded a number of projects, but we also are in partnership with the other research organizations globally through the Global Water Research Coalition, of which we are one of the founding members. And even recently, we had a workshop wherein we are now at a global level looking at the standard methodologies that can be defined to detect these, and also the standards that can be able to be informed, to inform the WHO, but also to inform countries in how then you set these. For example, in our case, it would have to be in the SANS 241. However, Chair, maybe it is important to also highlight the issue that then this is not just a water and sanitation issue. It's broader. Obviously, Department of Environment would have to be brought in the fold in terms of the conventions in which we see, such as the Rotterdam Convention, where some of the products are banned. In the main, let me say, we have participated at the Water Research Commission in the process of developing the National Implementation Plan around dealing with these contaminants of emerging concern. But also we need to acknowledge the risk to the country that is related to the availability of laboratories that can test such chemicals or such, we call them contaminants, because the machinery is still being developed, and if it is there, it's highly expensive and you won't have one in every laboratory. So we're looking also in supporting, working together with the department around how do we then, and environment, how do we then have those centers that would be established within the country to deal with monitoring such. But the cost thereof is going to be very important. So it's really dealing with trying to prevent their use and introduction into the country, rather than just trying to clean them up. But also there's an implication around our infrastructure and how that needs to be enhanced to ensure that there is much more rigorous treatment for their removal. In terms of the groundwater contaminants around heavy metals, there's a lot of work that the Water Research Commission is doing in that space, working together with the Council for Geoscience, yes, working together with the HSRC and the CSIR around where is the geology, where is the heavy metals, or what are the, remember that we will have the presence of heavy metals in any case prior to anything happening, but how does the land and water usage impact on these, and how we can deal with this. There's a lot of technologies that we are working together with the Mining Council and some of the mines, testing the removal of heavy metals from groundwater or from water in general, in ensuring that we improve the quality of water and the health. And I think also in terms of the paper that we'll submit, we will touch on the issue around water quality and health, and in terms of just the work that has been done and the advances that is made and what else needs to go in. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dikebe, are you satisfied with the answers, or would you like to have a follow-up on that?
Sure, both actually. Let me appreciate what the Commission is doing, but to also say that, and I'm not trying to take away from what it actually is doing, because it's within the mandate of the Commission. as public representatives, and of course, very many other stakeholders, and I'm encouraged what the Commission said about the work it's doing in communities. They mentioned one school in Gauteng. You know, the public understanding of science is something that's very important. It brings me then to the point that the Commission again alluded to, and that is that of alternative technologies in as far as sanitation is concerned. Mentioning KwaZulu-Natal again, once these types of technologies are ready for rollout, I'd really like us to consider very seriously. If you take KZN, it's got 500, eThekwini alone, 598 informal settlements with about 304,000 households, just over 1 million people that are affected. And there are places that we went to last week where people are still using pit latrines. Now, it's important also from the point of view of water security, but for people to embrace these technologies. So at the level of the public understanding of science, as public representatives, we are quite happy to be partners with the Commission to ensure that that happens. That's really what I'd like to say, that the Commission should please help us ensure that that is rolled out and that people can indeed be helped out, because others will say, if we don't have waterborne sewage, therefore our standard of living is much lower than that of people that use waterborne sewage, when in fact the advantages could be much greater for people that are using alternative technologies as far as sanitation is concerned. Thank you very much, Chair. And once again, thanks to the Commission for a brilliant presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think that was a statement. Doctor, would you like to speak on that?
We would just would like to acknowledge those inputs by Honorable Dithebe. And maybe let me underscore the comment that the CEO made earlier around the uptake of this technology by our own government, which is a challenge, given that the MFMA and PFMA are not structured to procure or to enable procurement of innovation. I think it is a missed opportunity for government to invest so much of its resources in the early stages of technology development, in the testing and the piloting, only for those technologies to just be redundant or on the shelves, or at most be piloted at 1 or 2 institutions. But it's a matter that the department, the DM and the minister are aware of, and we are aware that it's not going to take just this, the department and this portfolio committee to resolve. There is challenge in procuring innovation across the board, and would really appreciate the support, Chair, of some of the reforms to allow these technologies to be rolled out. As a commission, we develop technologies so that the community can derive value out of them. But I think if our own regulations or our own policy framework doesn't allow it, it becomes a problem. And we do hope that it's one of the areas that government and the parliament would pay attention to. But those inputs are really appreciated. Thank you. I don't know if the team, through you, Chair, Dr. Jen, would like to add anything at this stage?
Just one closing statement, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. I think we require a more broader discussion around the issue of rollout. Because what we do, the laws of the country says that we need to support innovation and research and development, and the innovators will then own that IP, or in some cases we need to co-own in the best benefit of the country. The problem becomes when this IP is sitting idle and the developer then doesn't have a market because the market for water and sanitation, it's really not much private owned. We have worked a little bit with the Department of Basic Education, which has made some orders on the sanitation technologies. We also are looking more towards entities such as provincial human settlements, because that is where you'd have to look at these areas. But not also that, looking at new developments, for example, where there are new developments and the municipality systems are overloaded, it is imperative that the decline for a development must, the approval must not take place, because where's the waste gonna go and where's the water gonna come from? But that then will open those opportunities for these type of technologies to be considered, and because I think that can be easily motivated, including, of course, a conducive environment in terms of legislation and policy at National Treasury level. Thank you very much for that, Chair, and thanks for the members of the committee for the indulgence.
Thank you very much. Can I just find out whether there's any member that still would like to have a final question before we excuse the Water Research Commission? Any member?
Yes, Chair, I do have.
Honorable Mosekatsi, you're more than welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the Minister and his team. Good morning also to all the members in the meeting. Chairperson, I only want to ask two questions. My first question would be to the Commission, based on the presentation, that as the Commission considering commercializing some of the innovative technologies to increase income generation. If not, why have you not considered such option? What will be the impact of commercialization of these innovative technologies on the government's ability to utilize them for non-commercial purposes? The other question is, how many vacancies are there in the commission, and would the commission continue to function optimally without these positions being filled? What has been the impact of the vacancies on the current staff complement? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. That's the last questions. Doctor, can I get answers on that, please?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think just to say the honourable member would like to acknowledge those questions. Core to the work of the WRC is to support commercialization of research and innovation. We don't operate along the entire value chain. There are other government entities that pick up from where we leave or where our mandate ends. I think we are not structured by law or established to take profit or to deduce revenue from the innovations that we support, but the CE can elaborate on that, and of course can share with the portfolio committee on vacancies. We are on a recruitment drive, and we have filled some critical positions to enable us to operate efficiently and effectively. But CE, please provide Honourable Mosekatsi with the responses to those two questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Mosekatsi, for the question. Yes, I think in terms of the commercialization, we do work collaboratively with other agencies such as the Technology Innovation Agency of South Africa. We have, so the legislation, and I think I've just said that the legislation empowers the innovator to own the technology. And we have also taken these innovators from the different levels of maturity through testing, piloting, demonstrating, and ensuring that the technologies are ripe for commercialization. That being said, one, we've talked about the legislative challenges, and we've spoken about how if there is no big order, then they're making it on a one-on-one. So the commercialization thereof it exists, but it's on a very small scale. Whereas the potential that lies within, from our view as the Water Research Commission, is that that can be really an economic catalyst where you have manufacturing, where you are going to train installers and people that are going to do operations and maintenance, and there's a really big economy sitting in there. But it's around the appetite of government to see this as that economic stimulus, as you would see the ones where we had VW making cars in Port Elizabeth. So there is potential for that. We are working together, but at some stages we're not able to go as far. We have some of the technologies that we have supported that were developed through the support of the Water Research Commission that we would find in take-a-lots, for example, the storage tanks that you can have inside your house, the smaller cistern toilets that you can have within your house. Those are available, but there isn't been that much of a drive and a push and a demand created by means of regulation so that the uptake and the commercialization becomes a reality. We do have a 23%, we still have got, we do have a number of vacancies at the WRC. I think we have got just over 20 vacancies at the WRC. In the main, we need to ensure the committee that the vacancies existing at the WRC are not linked to the core function of the WRC. There are many links, most of them are linked to the support functions of the WRC, wherein we have now established the risk function at the WRC, compliance function at the WRC. So those are some of the areas in which, but also looking at digitization, we are looking at these vacancies and saying, while the structure was approved in January 2024, and that we have all these vacancies, there are the areas in which we can use technology to enhance activities, upskill the internal staff, and make sure that we fill that, because we're trying to also keep to that balance that we spoke around, the issue of a balance between that 60-40. So we will not compromise the core function of the Water Research Commission in terms of human resources, but we are trying to also ensure that we have got an effective and efficient use of the resources of the Water Research Commission around vacancies and posts. We are also, however, acknowledging that the expansion of the footprint of the WRC does not necessarily have to see a bigger WRC. It's around how we strategically locate the WRC within the research centers. For example, the ARID Center at the Solplaki University, the WASH Center at UKZN, and the other work that we are doing with the other universities. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the committee's investment.
Thank you very much. Honorable Musikatsi, are you happy with the response?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the Water Research Commission for their presentation. Thank you, Doctor, for presenting this to us. And you're more than welcome now to leave the platform, as the committee has now exhausted the questions, and we're happy with your responses, and we will then await within the next 14 days your report on the brag document that you would forward to us, so that the committee can also speak out on the good work that you are doing in the Water Research Commission. Thank you once again for availing yourself of this meeting, and you are now excused.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and all DM and all the members. Thank you very much.
Let's then move on to the Catchment Minister. Would you present that for us?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. We'll start with Inkomati-Usuthu Catchment Management Agency, led by the Chairperson, Ms. Carol Zulu. Umakeva, she's with the Advocate Koza as a Deputy Chair, Geraldine, and then the CE, Acting CEO, Nicolette Mhlanga Ndlovu. The Chair will then introduce the matters, Chair, as directed by you, And then they will also be mindful of time, like the Water Research Commission did, because the documentation has been circulated to members of the portfolio committee. We then present them under your guidance, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. You can continue now with the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Basson, and greetings to the entire portfolio committee, and also a special greeting to Honorable Mahlobo, our Deputy Minister. I just want to indicate, Chair, that over and above the Deputy Chair and the Acting CEO, we also have support of the entire executive management team in the meeting. So we are really pleased, Chairperson, to present our report for the previous financial year. Just for the interest of new portfolio committee members, we are the Inkomati-Usuthu Catchment Management Agency. I'm Linda Carol Zulu, the board chairperson. We are established in terms of Section 78 of the National Water Act. And in all honesty, Chair, I know that our performance report and really the outcomes are set in 4 programs, but our core mandate, Chairperson, is just to ensure that there is sound water resources management in our catchment, which is the Inkomati and Usuthu catchments. Also very important just to highlight, Chairperson, that we also responsible for managing the transboundary agreements which South Africa has entered into with the countries of Mozambique, Eswatini. And so just to give a brief overview, Chairperson, of our report, mainly I think on water resources management, Chair, we are happy to indicate that I think one of the most critical responsibilities that we have, that of processing of water use applications, that the agency has actually moved ahead based on the presidential proclamation that we are processing these within 90 days, and also with a very focused support on HDI applications. Also, just maybe a disclaimer, Chair, based on some of the questions which I've observed asked to the WRC, that our presentation is a summary of our annual report, which actually has a lot of detail in terms of all the projects which have been summarized in this report, obviously based on how the presentation flows. And then we are also then happy to furnish the portfolio committee with further details. As indicated, Chair, we have the acting CEO who will take us through the presentation, but just to highlight quite a few issues, Chairperson, on our performance for the IUCMA for the previous financial year. Our APP had 18 targets, 16 of which have been either achieved or overachieved. And a very critical, Chair, on water resources management, that we are actually focused really on water availability, just to also highlight that although our dam levels have been significantly okay in the past financial year, even currently, but our report also highlights, the growing need for the regional dam in the Crocodile catchment, which is actually coming up in a lot of engagements with water users in our catchment. On water quality, Chair, we also continuously do, water quality monitoring, and our report actually highlights some water quality hotspots in the catchments, mainly focused on electrical conductivity and also phosphate and manganese, mainly for mining activities in the Crocodile. And we have also, I think, on the electrical conductivity, we've highlighted these water quality hotspots in the Sabisen, Crocodile, and Usuthu. When you look at the Inkomati, our water quality monitoring focuses on additional sulfates and aluminum concerns as well from the impact of coal mining. All of these, of course, Chairperson, are mitigated through our continuous work on compliance monitoring and enforcement measures, also on partnerships, collaborations, and also awareness creation within our users. Another area I just want to highlight, Chair, that we have gone ahead and facilitated the implementation of the ministerial directive on the transformation of irrigation boards. While we have experienced some challenges in this regard, our work continues with the support of the department. We've had quite a few teething problems which have been escalated to the department, and it is indicated we are receiving very strong support from the department, including the deputy minister as well. The dear Mahlobo has also indicated that we have also received an unqualified audit opinion for the financial year under review. I'm happy to indicate, Chairperson, that this outcome has been maintained over the past 14 years consecutively, which really reflects our, strong focus on strong governance and also sound financial management within the organization. One issue, Chair, I just want to highlight as that will come from our financial report is that the board is really concerned with our financial position, owing to the budget cuts, which has affected our augmentation grants. This matter has been escalated to the department, and I must say we are receiving, very strong support from the department as well in relation to discussions which are currently happening with the National Treasury. I'm aware that there is not only affecting us as an agency, but I think most of other, departments and also agencies in the country are also affected on this. I think as well, what will come out from our financial report is that this has actually made us to really focus on our revenue collection efforts, which in the past financial year have seen about 1% over collection, based on the targets that we had set ourselves, so that we can at least focus on being sustainable over and above the augmentation grant that we are receiving as appropriated through Parliament. So I am happy, Chairperson, to now then hand over to Dr. Mhlanga, the acting CEO, to take us through the detailed presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Doctor, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, the Honorable Deputy Minister, and all protocols observed. It is a privilege for me to be given this opportunity to present. As per the Chairperson of our governing board has given key highlights, my duty has been lessened because all I need to do now is just to rush through the slides, and therefore after, I believe our honorable members will have the opportunity to ask us questions. As indicated here, Chair, our aim is to introduce the presentation, just give a key highlight on our legislative mandate, touch on our vision, mission, and core values, talk to the ICMA program structure, our program outcomes, the 2023-24 annual performance overview, as well as what resources management outputs for the financial year, activities we do within the stakeholder engagement and transformation, including human resources and business support, and our presentation will conclude through an outline of our financial management, which will talk to issues of annual financial statements to be presented by our Chief Financial Officer. Next slide, Zuko. All right, as a way of introduction, Chair, as we'll just rush through it, we are the Inkomati-Usuthu Catchment Management Agency, which was established as per Section 78 of the National Water Act. In addition to that, Chair, we were given the powers and duties by the same National Water Act. And as an emphasis, Chair, one would want to emphasize as well what our chairperson indicated, that as a catchment management agency, we are required to ensure that our water resource is protected, it's utilized, it is developed, conserved, managed, and controlled in a sustainable and equitable manner. This is in line with the constitutional imperative for redress and for ensuring that water is accessed equitably by all water users. So the IUCMA is as Schedule 3A public entity, and we are funded through both parliamentary grant and water resource charges. And again, as the chairperson indicated, we are seeing a rising collection rates from our water users, as much as we also experiencing a deficit in our budget. So our water users within the catchment, Chair and honorable members, I think one would also want to highlight the kind of catchment that we are in. Our water uses include agriculture, forestry, mining, industry, domestic tourism, as well as strategic uses from users such as Eskom and SASO. But we are transboundary in nature, and as such, we ensure that the cooperation between the riparian states of the Kingdom of Eswatini, the Republic of Mozambique, and the Republic of South Africa cooperate effectively. So therefore, as we do all our water resources management, we ensure that we uphold the dictates of those agreements. And imperative to say that stakeholders are considered by the institution as very critical components of decentralized water management, and taking into account, as indicated, that our water management area has got a higher population of HDIs, and as such, our programs are geared towards that. The legislative mandate, honorable members, I would not really go through that per se in detail, but as indicated, we've just highlighted certain sections of the Act that are relevant to our day-to-day work activities. And as indicated in Section 80 of the National Water Act, the initial functions of the CMA were later on boosted through several delegations or delegated powers that we are implementing. However, with the financial challenges, we find ourselves struggling to balance it. But we can move to the next slide, Zupu. As part of our vision, honorable members, we envision a water management area with sufficient, equitable, and quality water resources for all within the water management area. And as such, our programs are therefore guided by such a vision. We work and thrive towards achieving that. We have a mission, which is to efficiently manage our water resources by empowering our stakeholders, and our values, which is what we pride ourselves in and what we expect our users to measure us against as we pursue everything that we do towards water resources sustainability, includes integrity, the Batu pillar, stakeholder orientation, accountability, diversity, and transparency. Next slide, Zuko. So in achieving the above, honorable members, we have structured our operations into 4 programs. Program 1 being administration and governance, which is aligned to increase stakeholder satisfaction, and we refer that to our outcome 1. We also have a program entitled Human Resources and Business Support, which is aligned to enhanced human resources capabilities, and we refer to that as outcome 2. Program 3 is what we term finance management, and we align that to the maintenance of financial sustainability and We call that our outcome 3. Why is program 4, which is entailing our core business, is about water resource management, and that aligns to our outcome 4. Next slide. So, Chair, just to emphasize, these programs are also comprised of several divisions, and we work around the clock to ensure that we achieve broadly 4 outcomes as indicated. Our outcome 1, which is increased stakeholder satisfaction, involves the engagement of stakeholders. Outcome 2 has to do with enhanced human resources capabilities, maintain financial sustainability, and then to the protection and use of water resources. So reflecting into the 23-24 overall annual performance overview, honorable members, the agency achieved an overall annual performance of 88.8. We were able to achieve 11 of our 18 targets. 5 were overachieved, whilst only 2, Chair, were not achieved. Next slide, Zuko. So from the overall performance, Chair, this is just a pictorial view of how we performed, and it just underscores what I've just highlighted to say we were able to achieve 16 of 18 total targets. Chair. You can move to the next slide, Zuko. So in a nutshell, honorable members, under water resources, we do resource quality and quantity monitoring, and we monitor several stations. And under water quality, Chair, we monitor about 270 water quality sites, 31 river flow sites, and 25 rainfall sites, with 12 groundwater resource monitoring within our water management area. And within these, we've got 23 ecological water requirement sites, and we're managing 20 international obligations. In addition, we do eutrophication monitoring, and the results will be reflected shortly, Chair. Next slide, Zuko. So as part of our monitoring, Chair, this year, we're just presenting the status of our surface water availability, which has become paramount under the changing climate, under the growing population, and under immense challenges of water pollution. So the graph on the left indicates that due to above rainfall received, water resources status were in the high band. The demand generally exceeds availability, and we do, through our various initiatives, promote water use efficiency, water conservation and demand management, as well as the utilization of groundwater resources, Chair, to augment challenges faced, such as the high evaporation rates in our water surface resources. Then with regards to water resources management in terms of the balance, we also share information to our various stakeholders on the balance, that is the availability of water. For instance, if a user is interested in developing within the SADC, such information will help the user identify where we still have pockets of water available and where the catchment is stressed. So in essence, this slide is just showing us where we still have some water available and deficits, Chair. Next slide, too. So here, Chair and honorable members, we're presenting results of our water quality status monitoring. We monitor various parameters, but in this instance, we're just presenting a few out of the many. We're presenting pH, electrical conductivity, phosphates, ammonia, and E. coli. And what we are saying, Chair, is that there was compliance observed in most of our monitoring sites, except for various hotspots around wastewater treatment works and mining sites, but E. coli remains a general problem. And with regards to eutrophication, those green faces, Chair, indicate that we are still happy. All sites were on an oligotrophic status, Chair. Next slide, sir. So here, Chair, this is just an amplification of what we've just said earlier in terms of hotspots. We've identified several hotspots within our water management area. And this is just with regards specifically to electrical conductivity and phosphates. We are showing hotspots in Sabi, where we are saying our hotspots are located around Hazy View and Mkutlu areas. And these are mainly downstream of wastewater treatment works. And then within the Crocodile as well, we are identifying hotspot areas for EC and phosphate, as well as manganese and arsenic. And here we are also including mining uses, Chair. Next slide, Zu. Again, we did the same for the Inkomati, just identifying our hotspots areas for EC phosphate. And here we've even added aluminium because we've got coal mining houses here. And within the Usuthu, we are looking at areas such as Driefontein and Mkondo town, which are part of our hotspot areas, including Christmere. Next slide, Zuhu. So, Chair, having painted the full picture of what's happening on the ground, we want to allay, give confidence to the honorable members that it's not all gloom and doom. The ICMA has put in place and is still working on and implementing several interventions towards addressing water quality issues of concern. Part of that, we do continue to monitor and implement water management class and associated resource quality objectives and the reserve. We also ensure the implementation of compliance monitoring and enforcement measures. And this we do through various tools such as notices and directives. We also have collaborations with other government agencies through our intergovernmental relations. And here, such collaborations are done through the Department of Forestry and Fisheries Environment, the SAPS, the Hawks, and to add, Chair, our collaborations have extended as well to be with universities and as well as the Water Research Commission, because we want our programs, we want our interventions to be influenced by scientific evidence. And as such, we are also partnering with local municipalities on wastewater treatment works and waste management facilities. Again, we also emphasize the need for awareness creation and stakeholder empowerment. And we do this through various platforms, including our social media, including websites, including stakeholder workshops and meetings that we hold on quarterly basis and as the need arises. Chair. Next slide, Zuko. To emphasize on the issue of transformation, honorable members, and as was touched by our chairperson, we've got 4 various aspects that we implement. We look into the issues of job creation. So our transformation is focused and intentional about job creation. We talk to issues of corporate social investment. We talk to issues of HDI empowerment and the BBBE. Next slide, Zook. So under job creation, we have various programs such as the Alien Vegetation Program, whereby it benefited about 75 community workers. There is also what we implement through rainwater harvesting, where there is the harvesting of water resources and also the promotion of food security. River rehabilitation and the implementation of a graduate program. Next slide. As part of transformation as well, we talk to issues of HDI empowerment. And part of that, we are also involving our youth, including the schools. And part of that, this past financial year, we coordinated the science schools competition, which was during the National Water Week. We want to transform from various levels of our communities, including the youngest level members. Next slide, Zuko. Again, on transformation of irrigation boards and members, we facilitated the implementation of the directive, and part of that involves the registration of all water users in the management area. And as such, we've been able to help establish 3 water user associations made up of about 23 irrigation boards. 1 water user association known as the Lowfield Escarpment, comprised of 14 IBs, has been established. 6 IBs comprise the White River Water User Association, and then the last one being the White Waters Water User Association, which is comprised of 3 irrigation boards. Next slide. So I think maybe just to emphasize on the transformation of Water User Association, Chair, the aim is to have as many of our women as possible, the youth, and our HDIs in essence, Chair. So whilst pursuing the transformation of our BBBE, the ICMA strategic outcome target was 40%. And one is happy to announce that we exceeded the target by at least 70%. And our aim, therefore, is to further the objective of HDI support, and we will continue to conduct awareness raising and capacity building initiatives targeting SMMEs, Chair, because we have realized the need to empower our BEs so that at least we reach our targets, Chair. Coming to human resources and business support, the IUCMA had about 113 filled positions. And sadly, Chair, we had vacant funded positions of about 13. And just to communicate that, Chair, is that most of these are unfilled positions happen to also hamper our core mandate, which is the water resources as indicated. And as such, as some of our activities are limited on the ground due to limited human resources, then we also had about vacant unfunded standing at 18. Next slide, Zoko. So as part of our employment equity, Chair, we are presenting here the spread of our workforce with regards to the women appointed and the males. Our top management, Chair, is represented by 67% of women. Senior management, 33% of women are in senior positions, and this is the spread, Chair, as shown in the slide. You can move to the next slide. So as part of the initiative, members to empower both our communities and the staff within, we engage in internal and external bursaries. And this is just a presentation of how our bursaries were awarded. For the internal bursaries, Chair, this is the spread, and it shows that a majority of our bursaries internally went towards supporting water resources management, and followed by environmental science and management, science and public and business management. Then when it comes to external bursaries, as we can see, the awards were only 1 each, BSc Environmental Science 1, BSc Environmental and Water Science 1, and each of them is 111. And one would want to emphasize that this was not really by design, Chair, but we looked into our financial resources, and this is what we could afford, Chair.
Doctor, you've got 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Chair. May I allow the CFO to take the presentation?
Morning, Chair. Morning, members as well. I will just really consume the 5 minutes that is left. I won't go beyond that. I just wanted to indicate on the first slide, the previous slide, Chair, I think it's not being flagged, but I'll just highlight on fundamentals so that we're on that slide. Oh, it's not showing on that side. My apologies. In terms of our compliance matters, Chair, we had our financial statements signed off on the 14th of August 2024. There was an extension requested for, and it was also communicated with the relevant authorities. The major issues for the delay were as a result of additional technical requests or rather opinions that needed to be obtained by our external audit team. Whilst there were 3 areas, Chair, that they requested for technical opinions, I would really like to draw the attention to the committee on issues pertaining to the going concern assessment of the IUCMA. Our going concern at the time of audit was flagged to be in doubt. And as I present the future slides, Chair, I think matters pertaining to our financial positions will be clear as well. And just to really reiterate the statement from our chairperson, made by our chairperson, we have achieved an unqualified audit opinion, which makes it the 14th consecutive year. And a highlight of the summary of performance, we reported an accumulated loss of 5.5 million in the year, and this was in comparison to last year's accumulated surplus of 14.8 million. And just indicate not to present on the slide that is being flagged, Chair. The statement of financial performance, the results indicates the following. We reported total revenue of 187.1 million, which was 18% higher than the prior year. Whilst there's been an increase, Chair, in terms of our revenue position, we are still having significant challenges regarding to our historic debt. As a result, there was a high payment provision reported of 22 million in the year. In terms of the collections, Chair, our total revenue, the IUCMA is still predominantly dependent on grants appropriated by Parliament. As a result, 50% of our revenue streams came from the grants. However, Chair, and again, linking back to the matters pertaining to our going concern, we experienced a 15% decline in terms of grants awarded to the IUCMA. And in addition to that, in the current year, 24-25, we've seen again a decline of 23% in terms of our grant. We are really concerned of our going concern, and the matter again undoubtedly will be raised during our external audit processes for the financial year that is upcoming. On the next slide, Chair, we've also presented our expenditure reported as of the end of the financial year that has just gone through audit. We had total expenses reported of 196 million. This was a 2% Chair movement from the previous, in terms of the budgeted funds, my apologies. As I indicated, our total deficit for the financial year was reported at 5.5 million. On the next slide, Chair, we wanted to present the statement of financial position. In terms of our total assets, we reported total assets worth 66 million, and this was a 12% decline in comparison to 22-23, wherein our total assets were reported at 74.1 million. Major movements, Chair, were reported within our cash and cash equivalent component, wherein a 57% reduction was reported, as well as a slight decrease as well, Chair, in matters pertaining to rental deposits, but I think that was really significant in maturity based on our bottom line figures. When we look at the current liabilities on the next slide, we reported total liabilities of 9.874 million, which was a 24% decline from the previous year, wherein our liabilities were reported at 12.2 million. Major movements were reported under payables from exchange transactions, wherein a 72% reduction was reported on a year-on-year assessment. And we also had a decline in employee benefits, where we reported an amount of 6.53 million. The total net assets share accumulated over the year were reported at 56.395 million, which was 10% decline from the previous financial year of 61.902 million. On the next slide, Chair, we wanted to further present our the comparison between our budget versus our actual figures. In terms of our budget, that was approved at 196.849 million. We also then had actual expenditure of 192.617 million. In terms of the total expenditure, there was a savings of 2%. But when we look at the total revenue collected in the period versus the total expenditure, Chair, again, we reported a total deficit of 5.5 million. On the next slide, Chair, we wanted to bring the committee's attention to our cash flow statement. As indicated as well in the statement of financial position, we've had a decline in our cash and cash equivalent on hand. As of the period 23-24, our cash on hand was reported at 40.13 million, 57% reduction in comparison to the previous year, Chair. On the next slide, we wanted to just give an oversight or a comprehensive image of what the final external audit opinion was for the agency. Whilst we had an unqualified opinion, the audit team did raise 7 housekeeping matters that management is now already starting to implement. Of the 7 findings raised, Chair, we had no findings within our performance information, which was quite an achievement in terms of our performance. 57% of the findings have been partially resolved, whilst 43% have been fully resolved as of today, Chair. In terms of non-compliance matters, we had no fruitless or wasteful expenditure reported in the financial year. However, we did have an opening balance from the previous year linked to irregular expenditure amounting to 495,000. We have committed, Chair, even to the governing board as well, that the amounts pertaining to this case would be tabled to the governing board for consideration for condonement. If then that is approved by governing board, we'll then be submitting it to National Treasury for condonement as well in the 3rd quarter of this financial year. I think that takes us to the end of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I then ask that the next presentation be done? Could we get the next presentation on the screen, please?
We can take the last one, Chairperson, which is the Breede-Gouritz, now referred as Breede-Olifants. And our Chairperson, Umvuleni, is the one who is leading the team, and at the very same time supported by the acting CE, Mr. Van Staden. And they are one of those that have performed well. Let's just hand over Mvuleni Uthukwivula and then allow the CE. Let's also be conscious of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Hello, good morning, Chair. Jan van Stana from the Bokma. I'm not able to share the screen on my side.
Could we assist with that? You are the co-host now, so maybe you can do that now.
Sylvia, can you share the slide, please?
Thank you, Chair. Is working now. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the DM, the honourable members, and all the colleagues. Is now the report of the Breede-Olifants CMI for the 2023-4 financial year. And because of the limited time, I will go through the presentation in a speed of, let's say, 10 liters per second. Just some background where the Bokma is situated. We're sitting down in the Western Cape. It is more or less the boundaries of the Western Cape province. And let's quickly hear the strategic objectives of the BOCMA. And I think suppose for any water resource management entity is water resource planning, water use management, institutional and stakeholder relations, water allocation reform, water resource protection, strategic support, and management and governance. The big one is the water use management. That's all linked to the authorization of water use. And of course, institutional and stakeholder relations, because the CMI is in the middle, sit with all the stakeholders around us. And without the involvement and empowerment of stakeholders, you actually cannot do successful water resource management. As quickly, the yield balances in the Breede-Gouritz. More or less, you can look at the bottom, the water balances, the supply and demand is more or less in balance, and the deficit is 100 million cubic meters of water. Some of the important highlights for the year: the BOCMA received a clean audit outcome and no findings. There was improved revenue collection. Revenue collection increased from 89% in the previous performance year to 99% in the current 23-24 year that I'm reporting on. So 99% of all water resource management built, we actually receive revenue in relation to that. Then just for information purposes, some of the community projects that the BOCMA implemented in the year, we are doing these community projects under our policy that we call a ground policy. It is linked to water use in general, but it's also linked to make water resource management very tangible for local communities and people. So on a slide, you can see, for example, the eco bricks, where people pick up litter from water resources, stuff it into bottles that you can use to build structures with. We actually support and bring awareness around efficient irrigation, for example, but in the background of establishing food gardens that can provide food to communities, but I mean also potential income where they can sell the food and the vegetables, for example. Then we also have a project where we install rainwater harvesting tanks, and we do this for the sole purpose for small irrigation type farming. I mean, so in the backyards, depending on the size of the roof, people can collect water, and then they can use that water to grow crops and things that can be used inside the household for food, or also they can sell the produce if there's excess now. And you can see the tanks that we put in, we also nicely branded it with our logo, this blue, and you can see the Breede-Gouritz on the tanks. Then if I can move to the annual performance information. So the big one, as previously mentioned, is water resource planning. And there our target, we actually achieved that. Then when it comes to water use management, here are things like water registration, all linked to the V&V registered on the system, and also the general authorizations registered on the system. And all those targets we actually met or exceeded. Then an important one when it comes to water use management is the percentage of water use license applications recommended. In the case of the BOCMA, we are a recommending authority when it comes to the license processing of applications, and the department approved the licenses. But I mean, the stage up to the recommending part is actually an important step, because that takes all the time and the investigations. And our target was 85%, but we actually achieved 100%. And because of the good processing of the water use license applications, I mean, in every water use application, there's potential a economic activity, potential job potential farming increase, potential reallocation of water. So that is making a significant difference in the area of the Bokma because we are good in the processing of license applications. Then water use management, I mentioned we also do water quality compliance reports on municipal wastewater treatment works. And it's important to do is okay, it's important to do this because by doing this audit, you also force and control municipalities to look after the wastewater treatment works so that the works can, for example, produce a good quality effluent that are going back into water resources. Then we're still busy in a big way with what we call the verification of water use. And our target was 200 different properties for the year, and we actually achieved 217. But the focus going forward is very much to actually complete the verification of water use in the area of the Bokma within the next year or two. Then the next big one is institutional and stakeholder relations. Here is all how we create awareness, build capacity, etc. Because without the help of the local community, you cannot do successful water resource management as they bring issues to the table. They also make us aware what is the need of the community. And for example, they're also the eyes and the ears of the Bokma on the ground. So when there's a pollution, for example, or somebody is using water unlawfully, there's a very good chance that somebody will complain to the Bokma because they are aware of the forum structures and how to report issues. Then what was mentioned showed already, what we install in the Bokma is approved water-related community projects. Those are things like rainwater harvesting tanks, food gardens, awareness, eco bricks, etc. Then the forums play a critical role. People mobilize in terms of an interest next to a water resource, and they are a valuable source of information and also assist the Bokma in doing general water resource management. Then when it comes to water allocation reform, this is all how to put more water in the hands of HTIs, people that don't have previous access to water. And I mean, there's a standard protocol inside the Bokma. We help 100% of everybody that's approaching the office, and this is documented and checked and audited, and we actually achieved 100%. Then we go further. We join other government departments that play a role in the upliftment and the help of resource poor farmers by creating workshops or having workshops in the area where we address general things like access to water, access to land, access to subsidies, access to, for example, research information, because we also join up with local universities. Then what was mentioned is the rainwater harvesting tanks that we installed. We put in 340. Our target was 400, but the reason for the reduced one is there was a reduction in our budget from 3 million to 2.5 million, and that enabled us to only install 340 tanks. In water resource protection, this is how you look at it after the actual resource, the river or the groundwater, and of course you must know what is the quality, what is the status of the resource, and therefore you need to monitor resources. I mean, we've got 115 different points that we sample and monitor rivers, and then what's interesting also in the Bokma, we implement river rehabilitation projects. We did 4 for a year, and on these projects, the aim is actually to clear the riparian areas of rivers of invasive alien vegetation and bringing back the natural vegetation to our banks of the rivers. And by doing that, you get tremendous spin-offs. Number one, for example, you make water available downstream. You create jobs because people need to remove the vegetation. You get a good working together with the community because we all focus on a one project. And of course, you bring back biodiversity because you get different vegetation back, especially next to the banks. In also under water resource protection, this is mainly how to protect the quality or protect the water resources from pollution. And of course, the public can complain to the BOCMA, and every time it's investigated and right down, there's an outcome. So by doing that, BOCMA is playing a big role to ensure that in general, there is not widespread pollution of our water resources in our water management area. I can bring this one where we actually did not achieve. It is the 50% targeted procurement budget spent on more than 51% Black-owned enterprises, and also on the Black woman-owned enterprises. We undershot the target there, and the BOCMA is planning an awareness campaign, and will try to assist service providers who are in this category to register on a central supplier database. But the BOCMA is in the process to bring more awareness around this, to actually going forward to achieve the target for these two. Then what mentioned the percentage of water resource management charges collected. I mean, our target was 77%. The BOCMA achieved 99%. And it's because of various reasons. And one of the reasons is the debt incentive scheme, for example. But the other reason is also, in my opinion, I also think that if you've shown and you prove that you want to, that you work together with the community and water users in general, and you show that the organization is coming to the party, there is a bigger willingness amongst water users to actually pay water resource management charges, because they can see where the money is going, and that the BOCMA is really going the extra mile to help and assist water users in general. And just for information on this one, every year there's a shareholder compact between the board of the BOCMA and the Minister of Water and Sanitation. And I mean, this is an important document. The target can only be one, and the one was achieved. When it comes to the employment equity statistics of the BOCMA for the year, I can just say in general, the BOCMA is truly reflecting the demographics of South Africa in all aspects and ways. When it comes to the gender, in the BOCMA is 41% male, 59% female, and I must say that the spread is over all the posts of the BOCMA. The same for the BNE statistics now, and it's all the posts, and also based on all income levels and salaries, for example. So it's everywhere. Then, Chair, if you allow me to bring our CFO Zanele to present the financial report.
You've got 7 minutes left.
Thank you, Chair. Let me go straight. Next slide, Yanni. All right, this slide is the budget overview slide, which is revenue versus the expenditure. The agency budgeted for 87 million in the year that we are reporting on, and then the prior year was 82 million. So the augmentation allocation from the department for 23-24 amounted to 42 million, which has an increase of 5%, and in terms of rent, it was an increase of 2 million. The expenditure during the year 23-24 has increased from 90 million to 94 million. And the reason for the increase was attributed due to the increase in the provision for doubtful debts. The water trading, as Yanni already alluded, that the agency achieved 99% in our collections. When it comes to percentage increase, in the prior year, we achieved 48.7 million. And then in the year we are reporting on, we achieved 52.9 million, which is the 99% of all the volumes registered in WORMS. And the reason for the increase, Yanni already explained that we have a good relationship with our water users, and we've introduced a lot of measures in place in order to make sure that the agency recover all the money that is due to the states in order for us to try and be sustainable. In terms of debt collection days, you can see that it has been decreased as well from 196 days and to 164 days. So the agency is trying its best to meet its obligation on due time. Next slide, Yanni. Next slide. This is just a graph of what I've explained on the previous slide. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide is a statement of financial position whereby we reported 204 million and the total asset, and the total liability was 10 million. This slide is showing that the agency is in a good financial state. There is no matters of concerns when it comes to our finances. The agency can meet its obligation, its debt obligations as indicated in this slide. So the asset exceeds the liabilities. Thank you. And then this one is a statement of financial performance where our total revenue amounted to 115 million and the total expenditure was 94 million, and we reported the surplus for the year of 21 million, which has increased compared to the prior year. We reported 14 million. Thank you, Anna. These are all the projects that the agency embarked on in the year that we are reporting on. Alien clearing, we've budgeted 3 million, and then we've spent 3.3 million. Water analysis, we've budgeted 859, and we spent 691. VNV, this was the last portion of our VNV to send out letters to the users, and also the social upliftment grant, rainwater harvesting tank. So all our project amounted to 9.1 million compared to the prior year. And then the actuals from the budget was 7.7 million. And then the rest will roll over to this financial year. Okay, and then the cash flow statement for the year, the agency had a positive net cash flow from operating activities, amounted to 3.7 million in the year we are reporting on, and the prior year was 15 million. This increase is attributed by the operational receipt increase with the resulting factor of an increase in the net income. Cash and cash equivalent reflect a positive balance of 146 million in the year we are reporting on, and it was 125 million in the prior year. The increase of cash and cash equivalent amounts to 20 million, and that shows the agency has the ability to meet its obligation term, and is an indication that the agency has got enough financial resources to continue for the future, and the agency is a going concern. And that's all from my side, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. That's a presentation of the BOKMA.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Could we remove that presentation? Thank you. Can I then ask whether there's any members that would like to ask some questions? Can I see your hands? Honorable Khumalo, you are welcome to start.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Like I said earlier, the report is wonderful. I so wish other departments can learn from this department. I'm just concerned about the 13 vacant funded posts. Is there anyone acting on those posts, or they are just vacant? There's nobody in there. And also on the issue of the impact on communities, it's very much encouraging to see the projects that are being carried out that are benefiting the members of the public. It's such a good thing. But my only concern is only those 13 vacant funded posts. And also to hear that there is no fruitless or wasteful expenditure, it's a good thing. We must commend you for that. Thank you.
Members, can I ask you that if you ask questions, just indicate to which catchment area, whether it's Inkomati or the Breede-Gouritz, so that we don't have, I presume the last question was, or the question now was to the Breede-Gouritz. Am I correct, Honourable Member?
Yes, you're correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the Breede-Gouritz just answer that question?
Chair, thank you, and thank you to the honourable member for the positive comments. The only thing that I can respond to is the matter of the vacancies. So in the BOKMA, in our annual report, we've got a target of percentage of approved and filled posts on organogram. And I mean, the current situation is 97.3% of those is filled. No? And it's only some of the posts that is currently not funded, like for example, like new functions that the BOKMA did not use in the past. Those posts will be filled going forward this year or the year after. Like for example, the post of a board secretary. In a BOKMA, there's no such a post, but there's a good chance that the board will decide to fill that post going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, are you happy with the answers?
Thank you, Chair. From what I'm hearing, it looks like there is no time frame for these posts to be filled, because if I heard correctly from the presentation, the presenter cited the problems they're experiencing with these posts being unfilled. So it sounded as if it's something that needs to be done urgently. And from the answer I'm getting, it looks like it's not the case. It looks like it's going to take longer for this post to be filled while this has got a negative effect currently on the department or on that section in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. van Staden, can you clarify that, please?
Chair, I'm just wondering the point of the understaffment. It was not mentioned in the presentation of the BOKMA and the problems we are experiencing. Is it maybe not referring to the IUCMI? But in the BOKMA case, if I must address that, our current vacancies is not impacting our functions or service delivery. The posts that are vacant, it will be filled within a maximum within the next 2 years. For example, what I mentioned, a board secretary, and there's also like a post for the catchment management strategy coordinator. So that post can only be filled when we completed a catchment management strategy. But the plan is that to fill what is available depending on funds, all the posts within the next 2 years. But currently is not hampering our ability to provide a catchment management function.
Thank you for that. Can I go to Honourable Ditewe?
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings once again to the DM and the leaderships from the entities. Chair, just in respect of the UCMA, IUCMA, I'd like to know on outcome 4 there, I think it's protection of water resources and so forth. The president has signed into law the bill that will ensure the establishment of a water entity. And it's quite clear that the CMAs are going to play a vital part, and we are already seeing positive results in the case of both entities, more pronounced in the case of BOCMA, and we would like that emulation obviously to be the case right across the board, so that as and when that entity is established, there's no hope for some magical wand to be waved so that it becomes sustainable. Is there any plan on the part of the two entities to ensure that as and when that main entity is established, that they can support it through their various activities as they have been doing now, and perhaps if they could spell out the details. Now, in respect of BOCMA, I must congratulate you on your financial position from 14 million to 21 million surplus. But is it something that you achieve just as a matter of course, or you tell yourself that we have now achieved, let's say, in the case of the 14 million the previous year, now we want to go to, say, 28 million, so that you are able to say, okay, we had aimed for 28 million from 14 million surplus, but we were 7 million short of doubling what we achieved as a surplus the previous year. Perhaps if you could share as part of the sharing of best practices, experiences, insights, etc., with other similar entities. Perhaps if you could comment on that. The last one, Chairperson, is that IUCMA, you have achieved 11 out of 18 targets. Of course, the technical indicator descriptions are very detailed as to what it is that you must be looking for, etc., from the point of view of performance. In this instance, let's say non-financial performance. Now, on the continuum of outputs, outcomes, and impact, are you satisfied that both in terms of what the DPME, National Treasury, and even the Supreme Audit Institution, the AGSA, directs, that you are in line with all of that? And perhaps if you could just share in respect of those specific targets, much as you said, 11 out of 18, if you could just share some detail with us so that we have a sense that this is not just sharing of technical information which may have hidden beneath it some perhaps not so savory details in respect of performance that we are expecting as public representatives who do oversight over the entity. Thank you very much, Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Can I start with Inkomati?
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. And if you allow, Chair, I think the question from Honorable Ngumalo actually referred to the IUCMA presentation, because we are the ones that actually indicated the number of 13 vacant positions. And I think, Chair, generally just to indicate that is the current situation within the IUCMA, and these positions that are vacant are funded However, with the budget cuts, mainly on our augmentation grant, we are focused really on increasing our revenue collection from water resources charges. However, some of the strategies that have been implemented within the organization, which are focused on cost curtailment, also affected some of these, the filling of these vacant positions. You would acknowledge also, Chair, that we just came from finalizing the negotiations for cost of living adjustments, which was a huge hurdle for us to cross, looking at our financial position. And I just want to make a general comment there, Chair, to say, when you look at some of our financial challenges situation, most of the contracted services and your day-to-day operations were hugely reliant on the augmentation grant. We are focused on increasing collections where we are focusing on monies owed by mostly municipalities and some of the water users, whose data, is not intact. We also have a project that we are focusing on in ensuring that, there is data integrity in terms of all our customers. So this has actually led us to take a decision to halt some of the processes towards filling of these vacant positions. In some of the instances where these positions are critical, there are acting arrangements. However, because of the recent cost of living adjustment negotiations, some of them actually have been halted so that we are in a position to at least, survive until the situation is resolved. I'm happy as well, maybe for the CE to also come in here. But when we move forward, I must also indicate here that, however, this has not necessarily affected how we actually perform our day-to-day operations, mainly in terms of monitoring activities. We have really tried our best, as much as the cost curtailment has affected traveling of staff, other unnecessary expenditures internally, and also this a forecast way of really controlling expenditure, but it has not really affected our day-to-day operations. There's also been comments, Chair, or questions that have been raised in terms of our readiness to collaborate and also to ensure that the new water entity as established or as proclaimed by the President is coming forth. And Chair, I must indicate in this regard that I think we really appreciate the move. We, however, of the view that our roles and responsibilities, are clearly outlined in the National Water Act, and we do not foresee any issues with regards to the functionality of the new entity and also, the work that we're currently doing. However, we are one or two, us and Bokma, we are the two oldest CMAs in the country, and we are always, open in terms of and willing to assist in terms of lesson sharing initiatives, sharing of best practices within the sector, as it was evident with the formation of the new CMAs, which are not here today for this reporting session. And we still, want to emphasize that move to say we are here to share our lessons, more specifically focus on ensuring that the sector is sustainable in terms of, how finances are managed, the broader water resources planning. However, we are not really heavy in terms of infrastructure development. So that is where we feel that we will still maintain our role. However, we are really happy to, to collaborate and also form partnerships with other agencies, in the country. In terms of how our outcomes are actually reported on, I'll also request the CE to also come in here. But I'm happy, Chair, that I think the board has been made comfortable in terms of, you know, the DPSA's guidelines being followed in relation to how our targets are set and also the reporting thereof. We were informed, I think, when we were considering our annual report, that there were also some delays in terms of the structure of the report, and we were informed by executive management that that was because of some of the new guidelines which have been set by DPSA, which they were, you know, trying to pilot in terms of being the IUCMA, being the first, one of the first agencies that is actually implementing those reporting protocols. So I will request now the CE and also the CFO, there was also a finance question as well, to come in just to assist in responding to the other questions from Honorable Ditebe. Thank you, Chair. Doc?
Thank you very much, Board Chair, and thank you very much to the Portfolio Committee Chair. I think our chairperson has actually highlighted and made invaluable inputs into all the comments and questions received. So mine's just to give a highlight. And indeed, the 13 vacant positions, what we do is we work smart as an institution, that despite our challenges, we really thrive to survive. So we do have acting officials in all these these vacant positions. And what we've also done is to ensure that we leverage on the interns that we have in the institution to help us ensure that we perform and we deliver. Then we also acknowledge the comments about the community projects and non-wasteful expenditure. With regards to the new entity chair and members, one would want to say the IUCMA has positioned itself to establish and maintain state-of-the-art water resources management systems, that the entity, as it comes on board in terms of managing water resources within Mpumalanga, we are happy and willing to share the data that we've worked so much for, and we maintain that data. And in addition to that, we've developed a strong stakeholder relations that, as well as the entity comes on board, we will be willing to share such information in addition to the lessons as alluded to by our chairperson, and a few best practices within the water resources area. Then when it comes to the performance chair, one would want to emphasize the fact that we achieved 16 out of 18. We overachieved in 5 areas of our targets. And indeed, we are aligned to the DPME, as well as the guidelines issued by the department. And as such, our audit outcomes indicated same, that we are aligned, our planning, our activities, the outputs and outcomes thereof, Chair. And thank you very much. I don't remember a financial question, Chair, but I think the Chair will guide in case there's one. But thanks a lot, Chair.
Thank you very much. Breede-Gouritz, can you respond, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll respond on the question about the surplus increase from 14 million to 21 million. The causes for that is a good financial management and also the increase in our net assets. The agency is trying its best to implement the cost containment measures and also to make best use of the lowest code instead of taking the highest code. So we moved away from motivating for the second and the third code. Instead, stick to the lowest code as long as we'll get the returns on that. So I think that's where our surplus is improved because of the good management, financial management, and implementing the cost containment measures. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebe, are you satisfied with the questions answered?
Yeah.
I am Chairperson, and thanks very much to both entities.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mashlangu.
Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to everyone, even the DM. And let us first appreciate the presentations, well presented presentations from all the entities. Well, Chair, my questions will cut across all entities. They are not going to be specific. But there's one that is specific, which it goes to ICMA as emanated from the question that has been asked by Honorable Numal. Well, I want just to check in this angle whether the entity is able to function optimal or they are able to fulfill their mandate effectively with the high rate of vacancies. I wanted to check from that angle. Are they able to function? And is their mandate being able to be fulfilled as expected? And another question, Chair, that I want to check, also let us acknowledge what the entity is doing in terms of skill development and empowering our youth. Well, we wish that at least they can increase their scope of work so that they cover a larger portion of the youth, because we understand that the majority of young people, they are not skilled. So if they are able to increase their scope of work, we appreciate that. And another question that I want to ask, Chair, it is the question of under-employment equity, because I don't think their presentations, they are going to present to us how many skills that are imported, skills that are imported to South Africa. Because there's this tendency, Chair, of saying that I'm not trying to be xenophobic or whatsoever. But of employing, when we are counting the number of people that we have employed, we count even foreign nationals that we have employed, even those who do not possess the scarce skills that is required as for the employment equity. So I want just to check why have you not included that? Out of which that you included that when we are reporting on the demographics of your employment. Because you can't say that we have employed so forth, and the skills we have went to fetch foreign nationals to fill this. Which level, whether you've employed, if they are there or if they are not there, or why have you not included? I want just to check, cut across all the entities, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we start with Inkomati? There's 3 questions.
Thank you so much, Chair. On the, maybe just to go back on the issue on the vacant positions, and I think just to emphasize the point raised by our acting CE that yes, obviously vacant positions will always have an impact on, your operations. However, within the IUCMA, we have actually implemented a few measures just to mitigate the impact of these vacant positions. Some of them include some of the policies that have been introduced in terms of, say, for instance, traveling. We have encouraged our monitoring teams to ensure that they plan their monitoring activities accordingly for traveling purposes. Say, for instance, a particular team needs to go to Piet Retief. We actually encourage them to focus on better planning their trips so that not only one person will be going to Piet Retief, the following day there's another person taking the same trip. We have also looking at other measures in terms of, technology, using technology to ensure that our monitoring activities are not disrupted. Other activities include the cutting of other unnecessary expenditure and so forth. yes, this has an impact. However, we have gone through a huge drive in terms of internal, communication within our staff in terms of them assisting us in getting through this hurdle that we currently facing. I must indicate, Chair, that there are key activities that are non-negotiable in terms of, water quality monitoring. I'm just making an example, which we are aware that that is our core mandate. So whatever, replanning and readjustment of our activities, we have ensured that at least those activities are not disrupted. You would have seen that when we were cutting some of the budgets and activities, and I think it's quite clear on our report as well, that some of the areas which were affected in terms of, the number of bursaries that we have issued, and also we are focused on also getting some interns to come and assist in instances where, there is an impact of these vacant positions. So as we currently in the position where we are, we have not really experienced a lot of interruptions in terms of our day-to-day core mandate or functions that, support our core mandate, like, for instance, water resources management. Chair, and I think appreciate the other question from Honorable Mahlangu as well on the employment equity. I'm happy, Chair, if the information is readily available for the acting CE to respond on the numbers. However, Chair, we are also willing to then provide a detailed report in terms of our employment equity report. I must also indicate, Chair, that we have approved as the board employment equity, a scarce skill policy within the organization, which focuses on very intentional recruitment processes towards ensuring that whatever technical skills that we want are focused on getting firstly people in the country, and also focus on ensuring that they are well compensated in terms of their work packages. Thank you, Chair. Acting C, I'm not sure. Okay, you're fine.
Yes, Breede-Gouritz, can you respond to the 3 questions?
Thank you, Chair. The matter of the vacancies impacting the BOCMA delivering on the mandate, that is not really influence us, and it's not really a problem for the BOCMA. The matter of the scarce skills, that's a very important question, because water resource management in general, it comprises out a lot of scarce skills, especially like the scientific, geohydrology, engineering, etc. now. But in the BOCMA, I'm glad to say that when it comes to the employment equity, our scarce skills are spread throughout the organization on all levels, between what we represent as the demographics of South Africa. We also got, for example, an intern program where we appoint young people from universities or universities in general, especially in the field of scarce skills. And that program is fully occupied inside the BOCMA. And then the matter of using, that was mentioned, using people outside the country or foreigners to do the work in the BOCMA, that is not the case and not prevalent. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, can I just find out quickly the scope of work, the increase of your scope of work was a question. Do you see yourself increase your scope of work, or are you happy with the functions and your mandate that you have at the moment?
Chair, I will say quickly, the BOCMA is, I will say we're happy with the current scope and the mandate. There can be later on the thinking, because the one thing that is not really fully delegated to the BOCMA is the whole thing about authorizations of a license application, for example. that is still lying with the department. So maybe in future that can come to the BOCMA or to the CMIs in general. But I mean, the current dispensation also allowed because more than one set of eyes on a license application document, for example, and that is not necessarily a bad thing. It brings better quality and better sustainability to the process of license applications. But I mean, if it must in future, a year or two, that function can also be delegated to the CMI. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maslango, are you satisfied with the questions answered?
Thank you, Chair. Partly I'm satisfied, but Chair, I will request that at least they provide a detailed report on the employment of foreign nationals. All entities will appreciate within the water sector. Will appreciate that. Thank you very much.
So that is a general question to the whole department as well, if I understand you correctly.
We'll look at
Yes.
it, Chair, when we conclude. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. Then we will request that we receive a report within the next 14 days on foreigners working for the department and its entities. Can I then go to Honorable Langa? Honorable Member, you are muted.
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair, first, to all other members, to the DM and the leadership of the entities and our support staff. My main questions are only for Inkomati. I must say that I'm covered by the question on targets, on achieving targets, which was raised by Honorable Ditebe. The first question I want to start with is the question of the historical debts. How is the entity handling such debt? Because it says that it's having an impact. We would like to know as a committee, how is it handling that in terms of servicing it, so that it can become a history. In the report, they further say that, which is the second question, they are supporting employees with bursaries, as well as students from a disadvantaged environment. The question on the supporting employees, which is a good initiative, is that what then becomes the conditions, or what the policy says. I'm imagining a situation whereby maybe I can be supported, then after that I leave the institution because of I might be more qualified. On the question of the supporting students from disadvantaged communities or environment, do they have a program for work experience or exposure? Or how do they make sure that they've started achieve its intended objectives? The last two questions, the first one is on the transformation. Or anyway, both of them are on the transformation. They say that they support some companies with a particular BE level for BE. My question is that, what is the grading of the companies that they are supporting in terms of the CIBD? The last one is that they said that they are creating jobs. Are they satisfied about the types and the number of jobs that are created? That's the last question, Chair, I wanted to ask. But I was thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. These questions are only for Inkomati. Could we get them answered, please?
No, thank you very much, Chair. And again, just to attempt on responding to some of the questions, I'll also request the acting CE to also come on board. Maybe just to start on the issue of the historic debt check. I've indicated that we have actually, initiated some projects because most of this historic debt, some of it is mainly because of just low level of payments, which we have seen that in most cases within our catchment, is as a result of our municipalities, which are our customers in the catchment. We have actually initiated a program where it's mostly focused on stakeholder management, where we have initiated these programs where we engage municipalities. And you'll find that in most instances, in all honesty, it's all about the lack of information from municipalities and also the way in which the bills are sent and also the frequency of those bills, because in most instances where municipalities are also struggling financially, it also depends on the timing on which you actually, send through the invoices or the bills. So we have seen some sort of improvement in terms of that, because we are constantly in engagement with, municipalities, even to the level of mayors. In some instances where you will find that, we get questions being raised in terms of even our actual mandate to say, actually, what do you do? Why are you charging us for, us abstracting raw water before it's purified, which we are always, I think, happy to then engage and clarify our role and also the importance of, them adhering to these payment requirements, and also the work that actually gets into getting this water through to our customers. The other very big issue has been really on the data integrity, which we have also, started a project of data cleansing and also ensuring that, we know exactly who are our customers that have been handed over by the department, because the historic debt really comes from that a history. So we are currently implementing that project where we're getting to know our customer, ensuring that, all the data is loaded on the system in terms of it being aligned to their water use licenses, because in other instances, there has been also discrepancies with regards to that. That process on its own, Chairperson, is an ongoing process. Also, I think maybe it's led by the Office of the CFO, which I think we can also request it to come on board. However, that is what we are currently doing in terms of ensuring that the data integrity part of this problem is actually resolved. We have actually seen that in some instances, then we keep on picking up a lot of issues that relate to some of unlawful water uses, some of the expired licenses or lapsed licenses, which, this process has actually unveiled, which I think for us, we have not really started physically reaping the rewards, but we believe that in the future, this is really going to assist us in dealing with the issue of the historic debt. When it comes to the issues of empowerment, our policy that we have approved, actually, firstly, let me start with the external candidates. There is a strict requirements in terms of the agreements that we enter into with the students. And I must indicate that our support is not necessarily only after they complete their qualifications, but our support actually starts from the level where, students are accepted at universities. We've got a very strong support program where we even do, constant engagements with them, visits in instances where it's required, and also, which is led by our corporate services unit. But over and above that, we do have, as part of the agreement that they sign, that upon completion of their studies, they will come through and work for the IUCMA and also get exposure in the industry. And I think the same applies with BOGMA. Our focus is really focusing on ensuring that these bursaries benefit, students that want to embark on studies on scarce technical schemes. The same applies with our employees, chairperson, as a question raised by Honorable Delanga. The agreements are very precise in terms of the terms and conditions that in instances where we leave the organization within a particular time frame, and then that employee would actually then be required to ensure that they adhered to the agreements in terms of the minimum period which is required for them to work for the IUCMA. With regards to the issues around, again, another transformation question on the BE, I must clarify, Chair, that as an organization, we are not necessarily infrastructure heavy, or our programs and projects are not really focused on infrastructure development. Yes, you will get some of our community benefit projects where we are assisting with boreholes, for instance, for communities, and water tanks and so forth for communities there and there. But our empowerment projects are not necessarily focused on CIDB registered contractors. However, in instances where, for instance, there is some infrastructure components, that element obviously would then adhere to the CIDB requirements. But our empowerment projects are mainly focused in terms of, ensuring that local companies are encouraged to participate in, more technically inclined projects on water quality monitoring, on innovation, on metering, and so forth. So I can also allow the CFO to come in here, but we are not really infrastructure inclined, based on our day-to-day activities. And one can never really be satisfied with the numbers or the impact, Chairperson, because most of our work, I mean, you would see even with our staff members and also the service providers that we bring on board, is that it's highly technical. So you would get mostly consultants that are being used to assist us in terms of, water resources planning, in terms of technical information related to water quality, to, water quantity, and also the management of water resources in general, and also hydrology studies and so forth. So, which is highly technical, and we are not satisfied with the numbers, but as we indicate, our policy encourages, also partnerships that are focused on ensuring that these target groups are actually, encouraged to develop these skills, even when it comes to the service providers that we bring on board. We have, worked on our supply chain management policies to ensure that these requirements or targets are then reflected in our policies. CEO, CFO, I'm not sure if you'd want to also just add on that. Thank you, Chair.
CFO, would you like to add something to the questions answered?
Thank you, Chair. I think the chairperson really covered all aspects really of the answers that we were willing to share with the committee. But just to indicate possibly one matter on the BE space is that we are annually facilitating a workshop within our catchments, which is really open to any willing participant. We do advertise it quite strongly as well, wherein we then take any prospective service provider through training on how to prepare bid document, compliance matters. We have a lot of external entities as well supporting us, inclusive of SARS, banks, and other state-owned entities as well. So we find that quite useful, Chair, in terms of actually upskilling, service providers within our catchment. What's important, Chair, is we don't necessarily capacitate them only for bidding process at the IUCMA, but it's really for them to be capacitated to bid or to participate in any supply chain process within any entity. And that is how we're then supporting, especially those that are CIDB graded, because at the moment, because of our type of project, we really don't engage extensively with entities that are doing construction type of work or providing those services, but we do empower them in terms of capacitating them so that they can then bid elsewhere where these projects are being offered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Leilanga, are you satisfied with the answering of your questions?
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm highly satisfied.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ramaila, it's your turn now.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with Breede-Gouritz CMA. We first again to appreciate that they've met their targets and exceeded some of them. And in the exception, which is a general situation with all of them, with the exception of the HDIs, where they have 67 for Black and 27% for women, respectively, which I think maybe they may need to employ other deliberate mechanism, whether through partnerships or whatsoever, to ensure that they're able to meet this target. I think that will be of great value for them to do that. But also, I would like to really appreciate their remarkable improvement in terms of the billing efficiency. That has increased by 8.6%. That's quite remarkable. And obviously, because of that, they've also improved in terms of their data's age analysis, and the figures talk to themselves there. We much appreciate it. An increase in the net income is also much appreciated, and that makes the institution to be financially sustainable. It's a solvent institution. We do appreciate that. And when it comes to Inkomati-Usuthu CMA, we also want to appreciate the targets that have been made. It's quite good. However, I would want to raise a concern about the doubtful financial sustainability of the agency. With regard to the liquidity and net cash values, that is not convincing. I think a lot of work needs to be done in that regard, because it affects their status as a going concern, which we should be worried about. And that is related to the increase in the impairment of debts. That should be worrisome. And I know they've spoken to it as part of the historical debts, but this increase is worrisome, and I think they must develop mechanisms really to address this matter, so that they should not be increasing the impairment of debtors, because otherwise this might develop into something else that might actually be the writing of debt. They are not yet there, but it might develop into that if not pay good attention to it. That obviously would mean their collection rate is really not impressive. If they could look at that, and that could help quite a lot. In the report, they have indicated areas of water deficit, that is in as far as Elan system and lower crocodile is concerned. And they have indicated that in terms of Elan system and lower crocodile, that they talk about the regional dam. What I may want them to finish us with more information, which obviously we have, it is the location, the capacity, and progress regarding the outcomes of the feasibility study that they have referred to. The other one, in terms of water deficit, is related to Amsterdam and Umpuluzi towns. Here, the mitigation is that small dams are being constructed, but we do not have information in as far as the location of those dams are concerned. What is the capacity of those dams? What is the progress to date? So if they could maybe within 14 days submit, share this information, that would be quite helpful. But I would also want to recommend to the department to have a hands-on support to Inkomati-Usuthu, because I think that is very necessary. My last comment would be to the negative impact of the austerity measures that have been imposed on the agencies by the department, and maybe depending on the economies of scale within the department and the broader national economic outlook, the department may want to really relax some of the measures in order to really aid the agencies in able to be, for them to be able to increase their own revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's one question for Breede-Gouritz. I think the other one was just a statement on the billing increase and the good performance. So can Breede-Gouritz, just on the targets on gender, can they answer that question, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. We've noted the comments from the members. We will put more effort in making sure that we achieve the target going forward. But the challenge that we are facing currently is due to the area of operations. It's dominated by white and colored people, so it's difficult to find Black business people in the area that we are situated on. But now that the Breede-Gouritz has been extended now to Cape Town as well, definitely going forward we will improve on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Inkomati?
No, thank you, Chair. Before I allow the CFO to come on the issues, maybe just to take on a very high level, just to indicate the efforts that we are currently embarking on with regards to the debt issue. I just want to, I think, appreciate Honorable Ramaila's issues around the water deficit issue, and to acknowledge that I think one would appreciate that the processes around the actual feasibility of these dams are actually led by the department, and I think together we can then consolidate our efforts in putting together a report that will be submitted to the portfolio committee in relation to progress made with regards to our regional dam. But just to highlight that the regional dam has been in pre-feasibility in the past and has now moved to feasibility, but it will mostly be in the Crocodile sub-catchment. In terms of the location, there has been several locations that are being looked at, which have been, shortlisted to 4 locations, but there's no final decision yet. I think it will actually come through from the feasibility study completion, which I think we will then, as I indicated, together with the department, will then submit that report that will then give the actual detail in terms of the capacity and so forth. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over to the CFO.
CFO?
Just to firstly respond to the issues around the payment of debt. Indeed, the provision, Chair, even during our own external audit processes, we did feel that it was quite an aggressive amount of 22 million for the audited year. However, upon analysis of how our debtors were performing, it is indeed indicative of how the debtors are performing within the catchment. We would also like to indicate to the committee that at this stage, based on our own assessment, the debt is not yet due for write-off, and we're certainly going forward going to be implementing more stringent strategies to really recover these amounts outstanding. One of the areas, Chair, that we have considered is to participate with on the debt collection transversal contract with National Treasury, and this is a risk-based contract, which is very attractive for us given the limited funding that we have year on year. We're hoping, Chair, that participation will indeed result in some of this debt that has already been impaired to really turn over into cash on hand for the agency. We're also increasing our stakeholder engagement, and this is being done at the level of the CEO, especially with our strategic water users, Chair, and we've seen really positive responses in terms of the payment habits or the culture once we start engaging with our stakeholders. We are, Chair, going to be using legal mechanisms as well, but we do understand that the cost that this process attracts, Chair, it really becomes a last resort, but we are also going to be utilizing that to be able to collect debt that is deemed as outstanding, even that has been impaired year to date. But as our chairperson alluded to, issues around poor data quality, disputed billable volumes as transferred from the department. This is the data's book as transferred from the department. It's continuously being a challenge, Chair, but we're certainly striving by all means to ensure that the quality of the data is improved to ensure this amount can then be recoverable. In terms of the collection rates, Chair, I would like to indicate to the committee that our target was 65%. For 23-24, we actually achieved a collection rate of 78%, Chair, and this resulted in rand values of 44.6 million. It is understandable that the expectation is for us to perform better, especially to ensure our financial position improves. But given our challenges within the sector, economic challenges, Chair, we are actually very impressed that we've managed to perform above our target of 65%. However, that's not to say we will not be implementing future activities or actions to really take this percentage higher. Our target for this year has been set at 70%. And as of the second quarter, Chair, we've already been performing beyond that at 74%. So we're hoping certainly, Chair, that when we bring back results in the next financial year, there'll be indicative of improvements, or there'll be vast improvements within this space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, would you and the department want to comment on the question on assisting Inkomati to be hands-on? Would you like to, and as well as on the dams, would you like to comment on that now, you or your department?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I must just thank you as our chair and all the members. What will happen, Chairperson? The other matters that Honorable Mahlangu is asking around the people who are non-South Africans who are working here, we should just appreciate, Chairperson, that as a country, we remain an open economy. We remain economy. South Africans are working all over the world, but also many people are coming both from our continent and beyond our continent. They are here. There are those particular categories that are clearly defined in terms of our policy, where Home Affairs is actually, and with the Department of Higher Education, they've clarified the Department of Labor what skills are here. As long as people, they meet their requirements, they meet our security vetting and all our issues that are there, we can't say we can't. I know that there are discussions of looking at a possible legislation for certain kinds of level of jobs in our country that we should be in a position to protect. But in the meantime, we cannot say someone is not a South African, they cannot participate in these issues. The issue of the dam in Bombela has been finalized by the department chairperson. We are going ahead as planned in the confluence around that crocodile system, and there will be no problems. These entities, chairperson, they are doing well to democratize water use in terms of local level, but there are challenges about viability of this institution. We have to start to look at other funding models, Chair, because traditionally they are getting grants, but at the very same time, they're dependent on water users in terms of the water use charges that we're looking at. And we are also looking at the issues working with partners, giving them more responsibility. But generally, the question of debts that are owed to this institution is the same problem, Chairperson, you once called us, where you want to help us. There is an idea that in South Africa, the ability of a user pay principle is being undermined. And some of these entities are collecting some of the charges on our behalf. Therefore, we are going to tighten the issues of credit control. The minister, when it came to the water boards, we've been following the people that are owing the water boards, engaging with the premiers. In this case, I know Inkomati CMA at a particular point, I was helping them with Mbombela, and we should be able to help them and continuously report, because if these entities, they are not being paid, Chair, there are going to be problems. But including the application of the waste discharge charge system where people are polluting, we need to charge people because they are doing some pilots. Around capacity issues, we are very pleased with Breede, Chair. They are doing so well. It's an example that can be shared by the other new institution. Very, very good CEO, Mr. Van Staden, that has done a very good job with them. And in terms of putting the system, probably he has a steady hand because he once come from the water sector. I remember him in Watervies and Bosbo. He used to work there. But in Inkomati, we are discussing internally because the decision of reprioritization of budget to eliminate certain things, it has made them not to fill certain positions. And some of the obligations are being undermined, but the CFO and the DG are working on this particular matter. But we are very pleased that these entities are growing in the right direction, but we just have to keep an eye on them. But there is good governance on all of them, and, but there are areas of improvement, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable Ramayila, are you satisfied with the answers on your questions?
Thank you, Chair. I think I am. Other matters, I'm sure they will be considered internally by the department. Yes, maybe.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mosikatsi, your hand was up. So would you want to ask some questions? I see your hand is down. If you can just indicate. It seems the member has fallen off the platform. Is there any other member that would like to ask a question at this stage? It's Honorable Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, cognizant of the time, I was not going to raise the question, but I think there's been some really good additions. Sorry for no camera, but my internet is very buggy. The only thing I wanted to highlight, Honourable Chair, is the actual capacity of the two systems. I'm a bit concerned about the total capacity, particularly in the Western Cape, which is a rapidly growing province, although the same for the other catchment area. It's also a growing area. And in terms of their capacity, I do have a concern when they're already over their ability to completely supply. And would be useful to get some information on that. And just also in terms of the presentation by the IUCMA, just to say in terms of their overall performance overview, using colors as a legend is, I mean, it's helpful for quick understanding, but it would also be really useful to have the actual numbers, because I can see that they have a debtors payment period in days problem, but I don't know what that period is from the report. And we do get that information in the other report. So just in the future, if we could, the color coding is fine, but if we can also get some actual specifics, that would be very helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Breede quickly to answer on the capacity of catchment, and then we can go to Inkomati to also answer, explain on the second one was most probably just question was only a recommendation for future. If you then also can answer on the capacity of your catchment. Could we start with Breede-Gouritz? You're on mute.
Chair, thank you. The deficit around the availability of water is mostly lying on the Cape Town side of the Bokma area. That is now the Berg River area. And that area was recently incorporated into the Bokma. Previously, the Bokma was the Breede-Gouritz. But when it's mostly the water use and the future water use actually for the city of Cape Town. But what I'm very much aware, and in many cases involved also, is that Cape Town, together with the Department of Water and Sanitation, is taking proactive planning steps. They look at additional sources of water supply, for example, groundwater development, the reuse of sewage water, desalination of seawater, and also there are limited scope for increase like surface water schemes, and that is also currently under investigation. So I've got in my mind almost a surety that the deficit in the Cape Town area will soon be sorted out, and that's because of good planning and all the role players are actively playing together in this field. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And there's also the augmentation, fuel flow, and the Berg River that is on the table at the moment.
That's right, Chair. It's all additional resources that can be made available.
Yeah, that's correct. Inkomati, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. And I think maybe just on that same note, hence the discussion on the Mbombela Dam, which is a dam in the Crocodile. But over and above that, you know, the IUCMA is actually involved in other projects where, you know, they are focused on water conservation and demand management, particularly within local government. And also when you look at obviously our biggest users in agriculture as well, with the focus on improved technologies and also, you know, improvement in terms of ensuring that the infrastructure, there are no losses of water within the canals and also within the dams that we're currently managing. But such studies have been done in the past, and based on our recon studies that were done for all our sub-catchments, hence the recommendation for this construction or development of the Mbombela Dam, which I think Honorable Mahlobo has rightfully updated the committee, and also the request for the submission of the report. Yeah. I think the other was a comment which we really, from Honorable Moore, that we really, I think, appreciate. As indicated, Chair, one also sees some good illustrations of the reports, also from the WRC as well, from Bokma, which you know, we will surely ensure that we improve the reports based on the comments made by honorable members. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moore, are you satisfied with the answers?
Satisfied. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Dikebe?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just as a plea both to the department and the entities, in particular to the department, I think in one of the presentations, the department undertook to look into the Water Act to effect the necessary amendment so that the process and procedure of identifying and appointing approved professional persons, APPs, does not unduly prejudice persons from historically disadvantaged backgrounds. Now, with the CMAs being here and the department, I'd like to make an appeal that the department be assist with going forward with that part of the amendment and of course, unleash the necessary steps that need to be taken. I think there was also reference to talks being held with ECSA to that effect, so that that pipeline is opened to ensure that such APPs, prospective APPs, are not at the mercy of those that are private owners of dams, so that we ensure that indeed, in line with what the CMAs are doing and the support that the department provides, etc., that we produce such human capital in line, Chairperson, in line with the letter and spirit of our Constitution, in particular preamble, ensuring that there is indeed equality, social justice, and fundamental human rights, because the Constitution, correctly so, recognizes injustices of our past. So I'd like to make that appeal to the department, acting, of course, in support of the CMAs. The last point, Chairperson, relates to something which I think is very good from the point of view of corporate social investment on the part of ESCOM. I think the new board, together with the executive management, have come up with a very great, innovative, ingenious, creative idea of using coal ash to build roads for communities in Mpumalanga. I think out of the 14 power plants in the country, 12 are in Mpumalanga, but perhaps there might be an upside to this, and I'd like to hear IUCMA's comment on it, whether in fact the use of coal ash instead of it being in heaps and piles all over Mpumalanga perhaps could be contributing positively to ensuring that as and when they do the water quality analysis, that instead of it being in the state it is in, where it can easily find itself, its way into waterways and so forth, whether that in fact, have they bothered to look at that, and whether that would in fact in the long term help, because it will no longer be in the form of dust and all of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Minister, Deputy Minister, would you like to speak on the recommendations made by Honourable Dithebe concerning the APPs and all? It's just a statement he has made, or do you accept that statement as is?
No, Chairperson, let's welcome the recommendations. The other issues around on the APP, Chair, Honourable Dithebe, just note that there's been a lot of investment on black professionals, especially engineers. There's this thing called academy in the department. It's called the Learning Academy. Remember, the apartheid government at a particular point, they invested a lot in terms of building engineers. They used to be called, Uncle Leon, you remember the Funny Brothers babies? Very, very good engineers that were there. We've produced them. Just recently, we have one black person who has just qualified as an APP. But the APP work is a very, very specialized. Therefore, the issues of mentoring, coaching, it takes time. But after we've engaged, and the Honourable person have raised these issues even before, we're trying to build more pool of many South Africans, whether black or white. But when it comes to appointment, please just note the leadership that employment equity still remains our policy. All our entities must still meet the employment equity targets so that we can do certain things. But the other recommendation, we take them. The issues of the use of the ash that is coming from those dams, let's look at it, Honourable Chair, because it has also have environmental implications. We wanted to use waste, but the manner it is being done, it must not actually have a significant impact on the issues of the environment. But let them look at it, and working with the Water Research Commission and the CICR, we can be able to say, how do we use those containment ponds including the management of the sludge that is coming from the ash dam, because we wanted to actually promote green economy and be able to reduce issues of waste into wealth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ditebe. I think the Minister has answered the questions concerning the ash as well. Are you satisfied with that they are working on that and there is some ups and downs on that? Are you happy with that?
No, indeed, I am happy, Chairperson, and I think he's done so quite well. And we would really appreciate an update on that, and he's quite correct. You know, the whole issue of working with the environmental department, that would really help us, because the two are mutually connected, the environment, water sources, etc. And obviously we are concerned about the state of, the quality of water in the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ramaila, I'm going to ask Honourable Mosikatsi to first ask a question, and you will be the last one to ask questions. She was on the platform and then fell off twice. So, Honourable Mosikatsi, you're now welcome to ask your questions.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome the report from the two CMAs and also congratulate them on the work that they are doing. Chair, let me just ask the question because I'm afraid I will again disappear from the platform. My question goes to Inkomati-Usuthu. My question is as follows. The entity annually report on page A99 details that some reasons employees are resigning, citing their working conditions as a contributing factor. What are the working conditions referred to in the report, and what has the agency done to rectify the problem? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Inkomati, you can answer that question.
Chair, thank you. Can I maybe request the CE? It's a very, very specific question to assist in responding.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the Honourable Member for the question. I think, Honourable Member, with regards to what we have in our exit reports, most of our members leave for greener pastures, as quoted from the exit interviews. But I think, Honourable Member, with regards to the details, we can furnish that with the full compilation that we're going to submit to the committee. I think at this point, Chair, that's what we can say at this point.
Thank you very much. Would you then make sure that we get in 14 days, whether you would then send us that report so the Honourable Member can be answered on that. Thank you very much. And then the last one to ask questions, Honourable Ramaila, you can continue.
Thank you, Chair. It's just on a procedural matter in case of unqualified audit opinion with findings, that the audit action plans be submitted within 14 days. Thank you very much.
I think that was a comment made. I think you take note on that.
It's noted, Chairperson, our responsibility as a ministry through Togo and the team. They will ensure that all the issues raised by yourselves, including those remedial action plans, are submitted, because we need to remain accountable to yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, would you like then to conclude this committee meeting? I think it was very fruitful, and I would allow you to have the closing remarks on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We must just convey our sincere thanks to all the chair of the boards and the board members and the CEOs and yourselves. These institutions, Chairperson, you will appreciate that they were delayed. They should have been made 10 years after the promulgation of the Act. And the two institutions are an example where there is a local management of water at a catchment level, including citizens. And over time, it demonstrated the correctness of the decision we've made, that of decentralizing water management. And they've built capacity and the systems over time, and the system, they remain resilient. The issues that remain of concern, Chair, in the main, in terms of their viability, we'll keep an eye on them. Viability in terms of financial support and the issues of resources, but we'll also have to keep an eye on the issues of the conditions where they are actually doing their job, because a number of these catchments, Chairperson, they are actually getting stressed. And how do they ensure water security in terms of building more capability in terms of those catchments, like in the Western Cape? Because in the Western Cape, there are times when it rains more. The department will need to look at an options of building more small dams, balancing dams when it's good rainy seasons. Rather than to say we'll not be able to build more storage facilities, while those are being considered in Mpumalanga, including the issues of climate change and also the management of transboundary, because some of these CMAs are doing that. But the department will also be coming to you about the rollout of the new CMAs that were actually promulgated, because they too, they will have to start to come in account here. But generally, we're very pleased with the quality of the work they do, and the rigorous manner and the guidance and suggestions the members of the committee have made. We'll give the progress report to the ministry, and then we'll follow through the issues that must be submitted in writing as part of our reporting on institutional reform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister and your team, thank you very much for participating and attending this portfolio committee meeting this morning. To team Breede-Gouritz and Inkomati, thank you very much for your presentation. Good luck for the next year, and we will see you soon. And this meeting is then adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, members.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Chair. Thank you, everybody.
Chairperson.
Yes.
We still need to adopt the committee program. Remember, we didn't in our last meeting. What Chairperson?
It's too late now. Is there still committee members on here? So my apology. Can I ask?
Yes, I'm in. I'm still here.
All right. Can we maybe can we next week approve them? Come start a little bit earlier and approve it next week and continue as it is, or is it a problem for us now?
There is no problem, Chairperson. We can go as you say.
Okay. Thank you very much. See you there next week. Bye.
Thank you, Chair.